Ooh, donations.
Whoop.
There's no sound on YouTube. Yeah.
No, there's not.
There's your sound.
It's the technical difficulty dance.
We can also see the chat on YouTube.
Yeah, you can see the full zoom.
It's
okay.
I heard the audio coming on YouTube.
I have sound. Okay. If that's helpful.
I'm hearing it.
Okay. People are saying there's sound.
Yeah.
The chat window was in the thing.
Yeah, but we've got sound now. They're saying we got sound now. Whatever you just did.
Yep. Yep, we're good.
Yep.
Okay.
Sound.
Check.
Check.
We should go alphabetical just so that it's nice and coherent, and just everyone should already be in alphabetical, so just go after the previous person talked.
Okay.
Does that mean I'm first?
I think we.
No, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Adam Fellows, actor, filmmaker, YouTuber, creator of the Anarchy Funhouse, playing Don John. How you doing?
Aranok?
Maybe just to keep it simple, we should go by the Zoom calls alphabetical, which isn't our actual names, but that'll just make it go faster.
Well, it's not alphabetical for me in Zoom.
It's
either,
not alphabetical.
So...
Oh, weird.
No, for me.
Yeah, me
it's in different orders for everybody, including on the thing.
Why don't you just call out the next person to introduce themselves? That'll
Sounds
probably be the best way to
good.
do it. Yes.
Yeah, we'll do
People can't hear you, Sarah. No, I was making sure. Okay, making sure you do.
Well,
Aranok, introduce yourself. You're also an A.
Hi, I'm Aranok. I'm an artist. I do a lot of different things, mostly video essays on my channel or on Jesse Gender's channel. Yeah, I just released a video about I saw the TV glow, and it is very relevant to what we're raising money for today. So maybe give that a check after this, especially if you're feeling a lot of despair about the state of things as a trans person. Anyway, I'm gonna hand it to my oft co-writer Jesse.
Hi, I am Jesse Gender, aka Jesse Earl. I am playing Hero. I am a video essayist and all around just a nerdy human filmmaker person. So yeah.
Vera, Benedick, why don't you go next?
You tell me what to do and I'll happily do it. My name is Vera Wild. I do way too much stuff. I'm a podcaster. I am an occasional voice actor. I am a burlesque performer and host. I am a quote-unquote spicy accountant, and I run multiple YouTube channels, the big one being Council of Geeks.
Finn, Claudio.
Hello, everyone. I'm Finn. My YouTube channel is Swolesome, and I make kind of general lefty content, tend to focus a lot on queer things and queer issues as a queer person myself. Very excited to be here. Not a whole lot on the channel right now because I am also a student, but more things are coming. So if you do check it out, please know that stuff will be happening.
And Bellamy, Don Pedro.
Hi, my name is Bellamy. I am a PhD student and chronically ill, which is why creating hasn't been happening as of late, but that is something that I am trying to figure out how to do whilst being chronically ill. beyond that, you've probably watched videos that I have consulted on from half of the people in the call, maybe. Um, my presence is here, but not verbally, usually.
Leonato, Zilla.
Hi there. I'm Zilla Black. I run a YouTube channel called Zilla's Athenaeum, and I also do Archeo Gaming live streams over on Twitch at Zillable, like syllable but with a Z. My content is general lefty activisty stuff, but also a lot of historical and linguistics, and some board game stuff thrown in there. So a good mix. And all of these folks on this call are absolutely 100% amazing, and you should go follow all of them. Like, seriously, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm in the presence of greatness.
Dogberry.
Hi, I'm Kyle Calgren. I run the YouTube channel Kyle Calgren BHH. I'm a video essayist. I have been making content online since 2010. I've been doing this too long, and I am very happy to be here and happy to be an ass.
And I'm Lady Knight the Brave. I'm playing the other half of that comedy duo. I'll be Verges. I have a channel, Lady Knight the Brave. I do video essays about film theory and feelings, and I talk about Judaism a lot. Let's see. I'm literally running through this based on just cast and order of that. Borrachio.
Hi, I'm mainly Mandy, and also my cat Murray's on the desk right now, so you might see a cat here in a second. He's very friendly. He'll say hi. I do a channel, also my name, mainly Mandy, about kind of whatever I want. Video essays, usually something about polyamory, or I do a little me analysis in it occasionally. I actually was filming my next video today, which is relevant to the shirt that I am wearing. So, if you're ever interested in hearing about death, come check that out soon.
Hell yeah.
Conrade.
Oh, hey. Hi, everybody. I am Bothered Boy, alleged YouTuber. Haven't uploaded anything in a hot minute because I've been busy doing IRL things, and I'm going to leave it at that for now, given the state of things and what I and other comrades are working on. That being said, I've done some collaborations with some of the people here and with other lovely and very talented YouTubers. This is a fun thing that we're doing tonight, but it is also for a very real and necessary cause. So donations are always appreciated, and I hope that everyone manages to raise money for this very good and very important cause, while also having a lovely, good time with shared community and shared values, and really getting into the spirit of the season as we talk about nothing, because this is much ado about nothing after all, which is apparently what I'm also doing on YouTube. Nothing. So there we go.
Margaret. Margaret, you have your name as Margaret. I'm sorry, I'm bad at names.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, I'm Samantha Duke. I still technically have a YouTube channel called The Silver Samaritan, although now I think it's just called Silver Samantha. But kind of like Bothered Boy, I haven't been on there much. But lately I've been making EDM music under the name. It's SKALFXK. Pronounce it however you want. I have my own ideas, but I think there's some terms and conditions. Anyway, and I'm very happy to be here. I'll be playing Margaret, who I would liken to like a maybe a how would I describe this? An Elizabethan Elvira, maybe. Just kind of a old tart, no more F's left to give, and yeah, I think that's perfect for me. That's it.
Bridget.
Oh, Samantha Duke on Blue Sky, sorry.
Bridget, you're Ursula, I believe.
Yes. Hi, I'm Bridget Empire, YouTube video essayist, YouTube drag queen, paleontology PhD who rarely posts about science because I've got post-dinosaur blues. Follow me on YouTube and Blue Sky and all that stuff. Also, my partner is doing a free art for trans people recently. They're just cringed in the corner because I mentioned it. If you send me a DM and you're a trans person, I'll try and arrange that for you. So, yeah. And I'll be playing Ursula and the Watchmen.
Okay, Balthazar.
Hi, I'm Hi, I'm Danny. You call yourself a film critic on YouTube. I'm a student. I have done activism in my local area, even though I have done it for a long time now. I'm a former journalist and mostly a cynical moaner on social media. You can follow me on Film Critic, maybe on Blue Sky if you're interested. My channel generally talks about film and TV, where I try to look at cultural context and framing in terms of how things are said. I do have a lot of views about copyright law because I'm obsessed with copyright. And it's spun off from a blog I've been running for roughly 10 years.
Adnan, I don't know who you're playing, but you go.
I am playing Leonato's brother and Antonio.
Antonio.
My name is Adnan. I just kind of float around places. Done voice work. I've worked on videos. I do scripts. I work with Adam on Late Night with Angela Faye. And I stream on Twitch that I haven't for a while. But I will be going back to that. And I'm also a comic book author. I write a horror comedy called Horserer. It's about a horse sorcerer who brews an evil beer, and anyone who drinks it dies in a horrific way and becomes one of his minions in his undead army to fight the T-Rexecutioner for a VHS copy of Top Gun. It's as ridiculous as it sounds. Find me on Blue Sky under Adnan as you see it here. And that's all my links. Thank you.
And then last, I believe, is George Seacole.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Josh Gosden. I'm the co-host of Muppet Sex and Trauma, a podcast where we're going through the sci-fi show Farscape. Find us on YouTube and wherever your local podcast is podcasting. And I'm also a gigantic nerd, and Shakespeare was my favorite class in college, so I'm just delighted to be here, in all honesty. I'm playing George Seacole, who's just a guy who's trying to do his job, and I'm playing Boy, who's a boy.
I think that's everybody. So, Sarah.
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 Are you hearing me now, folks? See if the YouTube people can hear me.
The time delay is real.
Nonny.
Yeah, that day's not helping.
Doing the song.
Can people hear Sarah?
You're audible on YouTube.
I am.
The time delay took that long.
Hi. I think this is. I'm sorry, Azad. I have a channel called The Fat Culture Critic, and this is it. For those of you who are new, one of my favorite things to do is to draft my friends into playing Shakespeare or reading Dickens or whatever live for fun and hopefully to raise some money. And we are raising funds for Trans Lifeline today. We are well on our way to our first goal, and we'll if we pass that, if we pass $200, then we'll up the goal at the ad break, at the act break. We will be taking act breaks periodically. I have some music for you to listen to that is, copyright free. And just because we'll need a break periodically. I am playing the friar and I'm playing the sexton. So I don't really need a name. But I wonder, would anybody who would like to, I wonder if we could get one of the trans folks to talk a little bit about Trans Lifeline and what they do.
Probably have the most experience with Trans Lifeline. I've been helping raise money for them for nearly a decade. So, and have directly talked with people that work for Trans Lifeline on some of those streams. But Trans Lifeline is an extremely valuable resource that is one of the only suicide hotlines that specifically help trans people. Though their services go beyond just being a suicide hotline, they also help with general distress, transition information, education resources, and also directly giving money to poor trans people who need it.
I believe there's also legal resources, like to help with name changes.
So they have legal resources for helping with things like name changes and all of that. As well, they're also one of the few suicide hotlines that do not call the cops on you if you phone them. If you didn't know, there are hotlines out there that will call the cops on people when they phone in for help, and that can actually make the situation drastically worse. very often does. Trans Lifeline is not one of those organizations, thankfully, and they have been consistently one of the best groups for supporting large amounts of trans people. Unfortunately, with the drastic increases in transphobic legislation in many countries, the resources more important than ever, because when these types of laws come in, as recent studies have shown, it can increase suicide risks, particularly among teens, as much as 72%. So when you look at those laws, always remember that they are openly an attempt to genocide a community, that they fully understand with complete knowledge that these laws kill people, and that is the purpose of those laws. And resources like Trans Lifeline directly help those in need. If you are a trans youth or teen or young person, or even if you're much older and you are struggling right now and you need to talk to someone, please consider reaching out to Trans Lifeline. I know it has saved people I know personally. So
Thank you for that, Aronach. I think it's important to try as much as possible to have trans folks speak on trans issues. So I appreciate you doing the pitch there. And I want to remind everyone, if you don't have money to donate, find somewhere to volunteer, write your representatives, give what you can where you can. Don't feel you have to do everything. Just figure out what you can do and do that. Because we all got to help our, as a queer community, and any marginalized folks, solidarity is what works here. We help each other, and that helps us. Trans people have been there for me multiple times, and I will not forget that. Yeah. I was gonna wear my "you have to go through me" shirt, but it wouldn't show up on camera. So yeah, whatever you can do your part. And we gotta try and help folks. And also, we gotta have fun and be creative, because that helps feed the soul so we can keep fighting, right? And so that's what we're here to do. We're here to have some fun. So I'm going to take us to intermission for a little bit while we prepare to start with Act 1. So this is a great time for you all to go donate.
Donate now.
Let's
Money
all go to the lobby.
please.
learn in this letter that Don Pedro of Aragon comes this night to Messina.
He's very near by this. He was not 3 leagues off when I left him.
How many gentlemen have you lost in this action?
But few of any sort, and none of name.
A victory is twice itself when the achiever brings home full numbers. I find here that Don Pedro hath bestowed much honor on a young Florentine called Claudio.
Much deserved on his part, and equally remembered by Don Pedro. He hath borne himself beyond the promise of his age, doing in the figure of a lamb and feats of a lion. He hath indeed better expectation than you must expect of me to tell you how.
He hath an uncle here in Messina, will be much glad of it.
I've already delivered him letters, and there appears to be much joy in him, even so much that joy could not show itself modest enough without a badge of bitterness.
Did he break out into tears?
Oh, in great measure.
A kind overflow of kindness. There are no faces truer than those that are so washed. How much better it is to weep at joy than to joy at weeping.
I pray you, is Senior Montante returned from the wars or no?
I know none of that name, lady. There are none in the army of any sort.
What is he that you ask for, niece?
My cousin means Senor Benedick of Padua.
Oh, he's returned, and as pheasant as ever he was.
He set up his bills here in Messina and challenged Cupid at the flight, and my uncle's fool, reading the challenge, subscribed for Cupid and challenged him at the bird bolt. I pray you, how many hath he killed and eaten in these wars? But how many hath he killed? For indeed I promise to eat all of his killing.
Faith, niece, you tax Signor Benedick too much. But he'll be meet with you, I doubt it not.
He had done good service, lady, in these wars.
You had musty victual, and he hath hope to eat it. He's a very valiant trencherman. He hath an excellent stomach.
And a good soldier too, lady.
And a good soldier to a lady. But what is he to a lord?
A lord to a lord, a man to a man, stuffed with all the honourable virtues.
It is so indeed. He is no less than a stuffed man. But for the stuffing well, we are mortal.
You must not, sir, mistake my niece. There is a kind of merry war between Signor Benedick and her. They never meet, but there's a skirmish between them.
Alas, he gets nothing by that. In our last conflict, 4 of his 5 wits went halting off, and now is the whole man governed with 1. So that if he have wit enough to keep himself warm, let him bear it for a difference between himself and his horse. For it is all the wealth that he hath left to be known a reasonable creature. Who is his companion now? He hath every month a new sworn brother.
Is it possible?
Very easily possible. He wears his faith but as the fashion of his hat. It ever changes with the next block.
I see, lady, the gentleman is not in your books.
No, and he were, I would burn my study. But I pray you, who is his companion? Is there no young squarer now that will make a voyage with him to the devil?
He is most in the company of the right noble Claudio.
Oh, Lord, he will hang upon him like a disease. He is sooner caught than the pestilence, and the taker runs presently mad. God help the noble Claudio, if he have caught the Benedick. It will cost him £1,000 ere he be cured.
I will hold friends with you, lady.
Oh, do, good friend.
You will never run mad, niece.
No, not till a hot January.
Don Pedro is approached.
Good Signor Leonato, are you come to meet your trouble? The fashion of the world is to avoid cost, and you encounter it.
Never came to trouble my house in the likeness of your grace. For trouble being gone, comfort should remain. But when you depart from me, sorrow abides, and happiness takes his leave.
You embrace your charge too willingly. I think this is your daughter.
Her mother hath many times told me so.
Were you in doubt, sir, that you asked her?
Signor Benedick, no, for then you were a child.
You have it full, Benedick. You may guess by you may we may guess by this that you are, being a man, truly the lady fathers herself. Be happy, lady, for you are like an honorable father.
If Signor Leonato be her father, she would not have his head on her shoulders for all Messina, as like him as she is.
I wonder that you will still be talking, Signor Benedick. Nobody mocks you.
What, my dear Lady Disdain? Are you yet living?
Is it possible Disdain should die while she hath such meat food to feed it as Signor Benedick? Courtesy itself must convert to disdain if you come in her presence.
Then is courtesy a turncoat, but it is certain I am loved of all ladies, only you excepted, and I would I could find in my heart that I had not a hard heart, for truly I love none.
A dear happiness to women. They would else have been troubled with a pernicious suitor. I thank God and my cold blood I am of your humor for that. I had rather hear my dog bark at a crow than a man swear he loves me.
God keep your ladyship still in that mind, so some gentleman or other shall scape a predestinate scratched face.
Scratching could not make it worse than 'twere such a face as yours were.
Well, you are a rare parrot, teacher.
A bird of my tongue is better than a beast of yours.
I would my horse had the speed of your tongue, and so good a continuer, but keep your way. In God's name, I have done.
You always end with a jade's trick. I know you of old.
That is the sum of all, Leonato. Signor Claudio and Signor Benedick, my dear friend, Leonato hath invited you all. I tell him we shall stay here at least a month, and he heartily prays on some occasion may detain us longer. I dare say he is no hypocrite, but prays from his heart.
If you swear, my lord, you shall not be forsworn. Let me bid you welcome, my lord. Being reconciled to the prince your brother, I owe you all duty.
I thank you. I am not of many words, but I thank you.
Please it your grace to lead on.
Your hand, Leonato. We will go together.
Benedick, didst thou note the daughter of Signor Leonato?
I noted her not, but I looked on her.
Is she not a modest young lady?
Do you question me as an honest man should do for my simple true judgment, or would you have me speak after my custom as being a professed tyrant to their sex?
No, I pray thee, speak in sober judgment.
Why, if faith, methinks she too low for high praise, too brown for fair praise, and too little for a great praise. Only this commendation I can afford her, that were she other than she were unhandsome, and being no other, but as she is, I do not like her.
Thou thinkest I am in sport. I pray thee tell me truly thou likest her.
Would you buy her that you inquire after her?
Can the world buy such a jewel?
Yea, and a case to put it into. But speak you with this sad brow? Or do you play the flouting jack to tell us Cupid is a good hair finder and Vulcan a rare carpenter? Come, in what key shall a man take you to go on this song?
In mine eye, she is the sweetest lady that ever I looked on.
I can yet see without spectacles, and I see no such matter. There's her cousin, and were she not possessed with a fury, exceeds her as much in beauty as the 1st of May doth the last of December. But I hope you have no intent to turn husband, have you?
I would scarce trust myself, though I had sworn the contrary, if Hero would be my wife.
Is to come to this. In faith, hath not the world one man, but he shall wear his cap with suspicion? Shall I never see a bachelor of 60 again? Go to, if faith, and thou wilt needs thrust thy neck into a yoke, wear the print on it, and sigh away Sundays. Look, Don Pedro is returned to seek you.
What secret hath held you here that you followed not to Leonato's?
I would your grace would constrain me to tell.
I charge thee, on thy allegiance.
You hear, Count Claudio, I could be secret as a dub man, I would have you think so, but on my allegiance, mark you this, on my allegiance, he is in love. With who? Now, that is your grace's part. Mark how short his answer is. With Hero, Leonato's short daughter.
If this were so, so were it uttered.
Like the old tale, my lord, it is not so, nor 'twas not so, but indeed, God forbid it should be so.
If my passion change not shortly, God forbid it should be otherwise.
Amen, if you love her, for the lady is well worthy.
You speak this to fetch me in, my lord.
By my troth, I speak my thought.
And in faith, my lord, I spoke mine.
And by my two faiths and troths, my lord, I spoke mine.
That I love her, I feel.
That she is worthy, I know.
That I neither feel how she should be loved, nor know she should be worthy, is the opinion that fire cannot melt out of me. I will die on it at the stake.
Thou wast ever an obstinate heretic in the despite of beauty.
And never could maintain his part, but in the force of his will.
That a woman conceived me, I thank her. That she brought me up, I likewise give her most humble thanks. But that I will have a retreat winded in my forehead, or hang my bugle in an invisible baldric, all women shall pardon me, because I will not do them the wrong to mistrust any. I will do myself the right to trust none. And the fine is, for the which I may go the finer, I will live a bachelor.
I shall see thee, ere I die. Look pale with love.
With anger, with sickness, or with hunger, my lord, not with love. Prove that ever I lose more blood with love than I will get again with drinking. Pick out mine eyes with a ballad maker's pen and hang me up at the door of a brothel house for the sign of blind Cupid.
Well, if ever thou dost fall from this faith, thou will prove a notable argument.
If I do, hang me in a bottle like a cat and shoot at me, and he that hits me, let him be clapped on the shoulder and called Adam.
Well, as time shall try. In time the savage bull doth bear the yoke.
The savage bull may, but if ever the sensible Benedick bear it, pluck off the bull's horns and set them on my forehead, and let me be vilely painted in such great letters as they write, "Here is a good horse to hire." Let them signify under my sign, "Here you may see Benedick, the married man."
If this should ever happen, thou wouldst be horn mad.
Nay, if Cupid have not spent all in his quiver in Venice, thou wilt quake for this shortly.
I look for an earthquake too, then.
Well, you will temporize the hours. In the meantime, good Signor Benedick, repair to Leonardo's, commend me to him, and tell him I will not fail him at supper, for indeed he hath made great preparation.
I have almost matter enough in me for such an embassage, and so I commit you
to the tuition of God, from my house, if I had it.
The 6th of July, your loving friend, Benedick.
Nay, mock not, mock not. The body of your discourse is sometimes guarded with fragments, and the guards are but slightly blasted on neither. Ere you flout old ends any further, examine your conscience, and so I leave you.
My liege, your highness, now may do me good.
My love is thine to teach. Teach it but how, and thou shalt see how apt it is to learn, and any hard lesson that may do thee good.
Hath Leonato any son, my lord?
No child but Hero, she's his only heir. Dost thou affect her, Claudio?
Oh, my lord, when you went onward on this ended action, I looked upon her with a soldier's eye, that liked but had a rougher task in hand, than to drive liking to the name of love. But now I am returned, and that war thoughts have left their places vacant in their rooms, come thronging soft and delicate desires, all prompting me how fair young Hero is, saying I liked her ere I went to wars.
Thou wilt be like a lover presently, and tire the hearer with the book of words. If thou dost love, fair hero, cherish it. And I will break with her and with her father, and thou shalt have her. Was not this end that thou began to twist so fine a story?
How sweetly you do minister to love, that no love's grief by his complexion. But lest my liking might too sudden seem, I would have solved it with a longer treatise.
What need the bridge much broader than the flood? The fairest graint of the necessity. Look, what will serve is fit, 'tis once thou lovest, and I will fit thee with the remedy. I know, we shall have a revelling tonight. I will assume thy part in some disguise, and tell fair hero that I am Claudio, and in her bosom I'll unclasp my heart, and take her hearing prisoner with the force and strong encounter of my amorous tale. Then, after to her father I will break, and the conclusion is, she shall be thine. In practice, let us put it presently.
How now, brother? Where is my cousin your son? Hath he provided the music?
He is very busy about it, but, brother, I can tell you strange news that you yet not dream of.
Are they good?
Well, as the events stamp them, but they have a good cover. They show well outward the Prince and Count Claudio, walking in thick pleached alley in mine orchard, were thus much overheard by a man of mine. The prince discovered to Claudio that he loved my niece, your daughter, and meant to acknowledge it this night in a dance. And if he found her accordant, he meant to take the present time by the top and instantly break with you of it.
Hath the fellow any wit who told you this?
Good sharp fellow. I will send for him and question him yourself.
No, no, we will hold it as a dream until it appear itself. But I will acquaint my daughter withal, that she may be the better prepared for an answer, if peradventure this is true. Go you and tell her of it. Cousins, you know what you have to do? Oh, I cry mercy, friend, go you with me, and I will use your skill. Good cousin, have a care this busy time.
What the good year, my lord? Why are you thus out of measure sad?
There is no measure in the occasion that breeds. Therefore the sadness is without limit.
You should hear reason.
And when I have heard it, what blessing will it bring?
If not a present remedy, at least a patient sufferance.
I wonder that thou being, as thou sayest thou art, bore under Saturn, goes about to apply a moral medicine to a mortifying mischief. I cannot hide what I am. I must be sad when I have cause, and smile at no man's jest. Eat when I have stomach, and wait for no man's leisure. Sleep when I am drowsy, and tend to no man's business. Laugh when I am merry, and claw no man in his humor.
Yea, but you must not make the full show of this till you may do it without controlment. You have of late stood out against your brother, and he hath ta'en you newly into his grace, where it is impossible you should take true root, but by the fair weather that you make yourself. It is needful that you frame the season for your own harvest.
I had rather be a canker in a hedge than a rose in his grace. And it better fits my blood to be disdained of all than to fashion a carriage to rob love from any. In this, though I cannot be said to be a flattering, honest man, it must not be denied that I am a plain dealing villain. I am trusted with a muzzle and enfranchised with a clog. Therefore, I have not decreed not to sing in a cage. If I had my mouth, I would bite. If I had my liberty, I would do my liking. In the meantime, let me be that I am, and seek not to alter me.
And you make no use of your discontent?
I make all use of it, for I use it only. Who comes here? What news, Borrachio?
I come yonder from a great supper. The prince, your brother, is royally entertained by Leonato, and I can give you intelligence of an intended marriage.
Will it serve for any model to build mischief on? What is he for a fool that betroths himself to unquietness?
Mary, it is your brother's right hand.
Who? The most exquisite Claudio?
Even he.
A proper squire. And who? And who? Which way looks he?
Mary on Hero, the daughter and heir of Leonato.
A very forward-march chick. How came you to this?
Being entertained for a performer as I was smoking a musty room, comes me the prince and Claudio, hand in hand in sad conference. I whipped about me behind the arras, and there heard it agreed upon the prince should woo Hero for himself, and having obtained her, give her to Count Claudio.
Come, come, let us hither. This may prove food to my displeasure. That young startup have all the glory of my overthrow. If I can cross him in any way, I bless myself every way. You and both, sure, and will assist me.
To the death, my lord.
Well, let us to the great supper. Their cheer is the greater than I am subdued. With the cook, oh, my mind. Shall we go prove what's to be done?
We'll wait upon your lordship.
technical difficulty. I saw him not.
How tartly that gentleman looks. I never can see him, but I am heartburned an hour after.
He is of a very melancholy disposition.
He were an excellent man that were made just in the midway between him and Benedick. The one is too like an image and says nothing, and the other too like my lady's eldest son, evermore tattling.
Then half Senior Benedick's tongue in Count John's mouth, and half Count John's melancholy in Senior Benedick's face.
With a good leg and a good foot, uncle, and money enough in his purse, such a man would win any woman in the world if he could get her goodwill.
By my troth, niece, thou wilt never get thee a husband if thou shrew thy tongue.
In faith, she's too cursed.
Too cursed is more than cursed. I shall lessen God's sending that way, for it is said, God sends a cursed cow short horns, but to a cow too cursed, he sends none.
So by being too cursed, God will send you no horns.
Just. If he sends me no husband, for the which blessing I am at him upon my knees every morning and evening. Lord, I could not endure a husband with a beard on his face. I had rather lie in the woolen.
You may light on a husband that hath no beard.
What should I do with him? Dress him in my apparel and make him my waiting gentlewoman? He that hath a beard is more than a youth, and he that hath no beard is less than a man, and he that is more than a youth is not for me, and he that is less than a man, I am not for him. Therefore I will even take 6 pence in earnest of the bear herd, and lead his apes into hell.
Well then, go you into hell.
No, but to the gate, and there will the devil meet me like an old cuckold, with horns on his head, and say, Get you to heaven, Beatrice, get you to heaven, here's no place for you maids. So deliver I up my apes, and away to St. Peter, for the heavens, he shows me where the bachelors sit, and there live we as merry as the day is long.
Well, niece, I trust you will be ruled by your father?
Yes, faith, it is my cousin's duty to make curtsy and say, Father, as it please you. But yet for all that, cousin, let it be a handsome fellow, or else make another curtsy and say, Father, as it please me.
Well, niece, I hope to see you one day fitted with a husband.
Not till God made men of some other metal than earth. Would it not grieve a woman to be overmastered with a piece of valiant dust? To make an account of her life to a clod of wayward marl? No, uncle, I'll none. Adam's sons are my brethren, and truly I hold it a sin to match in my kindred.
Daughter, remember what I told you. If the prince do solicit you in that kind, you know your answer.
The fault will be in the music, cousin. If you be not wooed in good time, if the prince be too important, tell him there's measure in everything, and so dance out the answer. For hear me, hero, wooing, wedding, and repenting is a Scotch jig, a measure and a syncopace. The first suit is hot and hasty like a Scotch jig, and full is fantastical. The wedding, mannerly, modest as a measure, full of state and ancientry. And then comes repentance, and with his bad legs fall into the syncopace faster and faster till he sinks into his grave.
Cousin, you apprehend passing shrewdly.
I have a good eye, uncle. I can see a church by daylight.
The revelers are entering. Brother, make good room.
Lady, will you walk about with your friend?
So you walk softly and look sweetly and say nothing. I am yours for the walk, and especially when I walk away.
With me in your company?
I may say so when I please.
And when you please you to say so?
When I like your favor, for God defend the lute should be like the case.
My visor is Philmon's roof. Within the house is Jove.
Why then, your visor should be thatched.
Speak low, if you speak love.
Well, I would you did like me.
So would I not for your own sake, for I have many ill qualities.
Which is one?
I say my prayers aloud.
I love you the better. The hearers may cry, Amen.
God match me with a good dancer.
Amen.
And God keep him out of my sight when the dance is done. Answer, clerk.
No more words. The clerk has answered.
I know you well enough. You are Signor Antonio.
At a word, I am not.
I know you by the waggling of your head.
To tell you true, I counterfeit him.
You could never do him well. You could never do him so ill well unless you were the very man. His is dry hand up and down. You are he. You are he.
At a word, I am not.
Come, come. Do you think I do not know you by your excellent wit? Can virtue hide itself? Go to Mum. You are he. Graces will appear, and there's an end.
Will you not tell me who told you so?
No, you shall pardon me.
Nor will you not tell me who you are?
Not now.
That I was disdainful, and that I had my good wit out of the 100 merry tales. Well, this was Senior Benedick that said so.
What's he?
I am sure you know him well enough.
Not I, believe me.
Did he never make you laugh?
I pray you, what is he?
Why, he is the prince's jester, a very dull fool. Only his gift is in devising impossible slanders. None but libertines delight in him, and the commendation is not in his wit, but in his villainy. For he both pleases men and angers them, and then they laugh at him and beat him. I am sure he is in the fleet. I would he had boarded me.
When I know the gentleman, I'll tell him what you say.
Do. He'll but break a comparison or two on me, which peradventure not marked or not laughed at strikes him into melancholy. And then there's a partridge wing saved, for the fool will eat no supper that night. We must follow the leaders.
In every good thing.
Nay, if they lead to any ill, I will leave them at the next turning.
My lord, you are muted.
Sure, my brother is amorous on Hero, and hath withdrawn her father to break with him about it. The ladies follow her, and but one visor remains.
And that is Claudio. I know him by his bearing.
And are not you, Signor Benedick?
You know me well. I am he.
Signor, you are very near my brother in his love. He is enamored on Hero. I pray you dissuade him from her. She is no equal for his birth, but may do the part of an honest man in it.
How know you he loves her?
I heard him swear his affection.
So did I too, and he swore he would marry her tonight.
Come, let us to the banquet.
Thus answer I in name of Benedick. But hear these ill news with the ears of Claudio. 'Tis certain so, the prince woos for himself. Friendship is constant in all other things, save in the office and affairs of love. Therefore all hearts in love use their own tongues. Let every eye negotiate for itself, and trust no agent, for beauty is a witch. Against whose charms faith melteth into blood, this is an accident of hourly proof, which I mistrusted not. Farewell, therefore, Hero.
Count Claudio?
Yeah, the same.
Come, will you go with me?
Whither?
Even to the next willow, about your own business counting. What fashion will you wear the garland of? About your neck, like a usurer's chain, or under your arm like a lieutenant's scarf? You must wear it one way, for the prince hath got your hero.
I wish him joy of her.
Why, that's spoken like an honest drover. So they sell bollocks. But did you think the prince would have served you thus?
I pray you, leave me.
Oh, now you strike like the blind man. 'Twas the boy that stole your meat, and you'll beat the post.
If it will not be, I'll leave you.
Alas, poor hurt fowl. Now will he creep into sedges, but that my lady Beatrice should know me and not know me, the prince's fool? Huh! It may be I go under that title because I am merry. Yea, but so I am apt to do myself wrong. I am not so reputed. It is the base, though bitter disposition of Beatrice that puts the world into her person and so gives me out. Well, I'll be revenged as I may.
Now, senor, where's the Count? Did you see him?
Troth, my lord, I have played the part of Lady Fame. I found him here as melancholy as a lodge in a warren, I told him, and I think I told him true, that your grace had got the good will of this young lady, and I offered him my company to a willow tree, either to make him a garland as being forsaken, or to bind him up a rod as being worthy to be whipped.
To be whipped? What's his fault?
The flat transgression of a schoolboy who, being overjoyed with finding a bird's nest, shows it to his companion and he steals it.
Will thou make a trust a transgression? The transgression is in the stealer.
Yet it had not been amiss the rod had been made, and the garland too, for the garland he might have worn himself, and the rod he might have bestowed on you, who, as I take it, have stolen his bird's nest.
I will but teach them to sing, and return them to the owner.
If their singing answer your saying, by my faith, you say honestly.
The Lady Beatrice have the quarrel with you. The gentleman that danced with her told her she is much wronged by you.
Oh, she misused me past the endurance of a block. An oak, but with one green leaf on it, would have answered her. My very visor began to assume life and scold with her. She told me, not thinking I had been myself, that I was the prince's jester, and I was duller than a great thaw, huddling jest upon jest, with some impossible conveyance upon me, that I stood like a man at a mark, with a whole army shooting at me. She speaks poniards, and every word stabs. If her breath were as terrible as her terminations, there were no living near her. She would infect the North Star. I would not marry her, though she were endowed with all that Adam had left him before he transgressed. She would have made Hercules have turned spit, yea, and have cleft his club and make the fire too. Come, talk not of her. You shall find her the infernal, ate in good apparel. I would to God some scholar would conjure her, for certainly while she is here, a man may live as quiet in hell as in a sanctuary, and people sin upon purpose because they would go thither. So indeed, all disquiet, horror, and perturbation follows.
Look, here she comes.
Will your grace commend me any service to the world's end? I will go to the slightest errand, now to the antipodes, that you can devise to send me on. I will fetch you a toothpicker now from the furthest inch of Asia, bring you the length of Prester John's foot, fetch you a hair of the great Cham's beard, do you any embassage to the pygmies, rather than hold 3 words conference with this harpy. Have you no employment for me?
None, but to desire your good company.
Oh, God, sir, here's a dish I love not. I cannot endure my lady tongue.
Come, lady, come. You have lost the heart of Signor Benedick.
Indeed, my lord, he lent me a while, and I gave him use for it. A double heart for his single one. Marry, once before he wanted of me with false dice. Therefore your grace may well say I have lost it.
You have put him down, lady, you have put him down.
So I would not. He should do me, my lord, lest I should prove the mother of fools. I have brought Count Claudio, whom you sent me to seek.
Why, how now, Count? Wherefore are you sad?
Not sad, my lord.
How then? Sick?
Neither, my lord.
The Count is neither sad, nor sick, nor merry, nor well, but civil count. Civil as an orange, and something of that jealous complexion.
I faith, lady, I think your blazon to be true, though I'll be sworn if he be so, his conceit is false. Here, Claudio, I have wooed in thy name, and here and fair hero is won. I have broke with her father, and his goodwill is obtained. Name thy day of marriage, and give thee joy.
Count, take of me my daughter, and with her my fortunes. His grace hath made the match, and all grace say amen to it.
Speak, Count, 'tis your cue.
Silence is the perfectest herald of joy. I were but a little happy if I could say how much. Lady, as you are mine, I am yours. I give away myself for you, and dote upon the exchange.
Speak, cousin, or if you cannot, stop his mouth with a kiss, and not let him speak neither.
In faith, lady, you have a merry heart.
Yea, my lord. I thank it, poor fool. It keeps on the windy side of care. My cousin tells him in his ear that he is in her heart.
And so she doth, cousin.
Good Lord for alliance. Thus goes everyone to the world but I, and I am sunburned. I may sit in a corner and cry, hey ho, for a husband.
Lady Beatrice, I will get you one.
I would rather have one of your father's getting. Hath your grace ne'er a brother like you? Your father got excellent husbands, if a maid could come by them.
Will you have me, lady?
No, my lord. Unless I might have another for working days, your grace is too costly to wear every day. But I beseech your grace pardon me. I was born to speak all mirth, and no matter.
Your silence most offends me, and to be merry best becomes you. For out of question you were, born in a merry hour.
No, sure, my lord. My mother cried, but then there was a star danced, and under that I was born. Cousins, God give you joy.
Niece, will you look to those things I told you of?
I cry you mercy, uncle, by your grace's pardon.
By my troth, a pleasant-spirited lady.
There's little of the melancholy element in her, my lord. She is never sad but when she sleeps, and not ever sad then, for I have heard my daughter say she hath often dreamt of unhappiness, and then waked herself laughing.
She cannot endure to hear tell of a husband.
Oh, by no means. She mocks all her wooers out of a suit.
She were an excellent wife for Benedick.
Oh, my lord, if they were but a week married, they would talk themselves mad.
Count Claudio, when mean you to go to church?
Tomorrow, my lord. Time goes on crutches till love have all its rights.
Not till Monday, my dear son. Just hence just a seven-night, and a time too brief, too, to have all the things answer in my mind.
Come, you shake the head at so long a breathing, but I warrant thee, Claudio, the time shall not go dully by us. I will in the interim undertake one of Hercules' labors, which is to bring Signor Benedick and the Lady Beatrice into a mountain of affection, the one with the other. I would fain to have it in a match, but I doubt not but to fashion it. If you three will minister such assistance as I shall give you direction.
I am for you, though it cost me 10 nights watching.
And I, my lord.
And you too, gentle hero?
I will do any modest office, my lord, to help my cousin to a good husband.
And Benedick is not the unhopefullest husband that I know. Thus far I can praise him. He is of a noble strain, of approved valor and confirmed honesty. I will teach you how to humor your cousin, and that she shall fall in love with Benedick, and I, with your two helps, will so practice on Benedick that, in spite of his quick wit and his queasy stomach, he shall fall in love with Beatrice. If we can do this, Cupid is no longer an archer. His glory shall be ours, for we are the only love gods. Go in with me, and I will tell you my drift.
It is so. The Count Claudio shall marry the daughter of Leonato.
Yea, my lord, but I can cross it.
Any bar, any cross, any impediment will be medicinable to me. I am sick in displeasure to him, and whatsoever comes athwart his affections ranges evenly with mine. How canst thou cross this marriage?
Not honestly, my lord, but so covertly that no dishonesty shall appear in me.
Show me briefly how.
I think I told your lordship a year since how much I am in the favor of Margaret, the waiting gentlewoman to Hero.
I remember.
I can, at any unseizable instant of the night, appoint her to look out of her lady's chamber window.
What life is in that to be the death of this marriage?
The poison of that lies in you to temper. Go you to the prince, your brother. Spare not to tell him that he hath wronged his honor in marrying the renowned Claudio, whose estimation do you mightily hold up to a contaminated stale, such as one as Hero.
What proof shall I make of that?
Proof enough to misuse the prince, to vex Claudio, to undo Hero, and kill Leonato. Look you for any other issue?
Only that despite them, I will endeavor anything.
Go then. Find me a meet hour to draw Don Pedro and the Count Claudio alone. Tell them that you know that Hero loves me. Intend a kind of zeal both to the prince and Claudio, as in love of your brother's honor, who hath made this match, and his friend's reputation, who is thus likened to be cozened with the semblance of a maid, that you have discovered thus. They will scarcely believe this without trial. Offer them instances which shall bear no less likelihood than to see me at her chamber window. Hear me call out, Margaret, Hero. Hear Margaret term me, Claudio, and bring them to see this the very night before the intended wedding. For in the meantime, I will so fashion the matter that Hero shall be absent, and there shall appear such seeming truth of Hero's disloyalty that jealousy shall be called assurance, and all that preparation overthrown.
Grow this to what this adverse issue can be. I will put it into practice. Be cunning in the working this, and thy fee will be 1,000 ducats.
Be you constant in the accusation, and my cunning shall not shame me.
I will presently go learn their day of marriage.
Boy?
Senor?
In my chamber window lies a book. Bring it hither to me in the orchard.
I'm here already, sir.
I know that. And I would have thee hence and here again. I do much wonder that one man, seeing how much another man is a fool when he dedicates his behaviors to love, will, after he hath laughed at such shallow follies in others, become the argument of his own scorn by falling in love, and such a man is Claudio. I have known when there was no music with him but the drum and the fife, and now he rather hear the tabor and the pipe. I've known when he would have walked 10 mile afoot to see a good armor, and now will he lie 10 nights awake, carving the fashion of a new doublet. He was wont to speak plain and to the purpose, like an honest man and a soldier, and now he's turned orthography. His words are a very fantastical banquet, just so many strange dishes. May I be so converted and see with these eyes? I cannot tell. I think not. I will not be sworn, but love may transform me to an oyster. But I'll take my oath on it. Till he have made an oyster of me, he shall never make me such a fool. One woman is fair, yet I am well. Another is wise, yet I am well. Another virtuous, yet I am well. But till all graces be in one woman shall not come in my grace. Rich she shall be, that's certain. Wise, or I'll none. Virtuous, or I'll never cheapen her. Fair, or I'll never look on her. Mild, or come not near me, noble, or not I for an angel, of good discourse, an excellent musician, and her hair shall be of what color it pleases God. Ha! The prince and Monsieur Love. I will hide me in the arbor.
Come, shall we hear this music?
Yea, my good lord. How still the evening is, as hushed on purpose to grace harmony.
See you where Benedick hath hid himself.
Oh, very well, my lord. The music ended. We'll fit the kid fox with a pennyworth.
Come, Balthazar, we'll hear that song again.
Oh, good, my lord. Hack's not so bad a voice to slander music any more than once.
It is the witness still of excellency to put a strange face on his known perfection. I pray thee, sing, and let me woo no more.
Because you talk of wooing, I will sing. Since many a wooer doth commence his suit, to her he thinks not worthy, yet he woos, yet he will swear, yet will he swear he loves.
Nay, pray thee, come. Or, if thou wilt hold longer argument, do it in notes.
Note this before my notes. There's not a note of mine that's worth denoting.
Why, these are very crotchets that he speaks. Note, notes, forsooth, and nothing.
Now divine air, now is his soul ravished.
That's
it is
me.
not straight. Oh, sorry.
Now divine air, now is his soul ravished. Is it not strange that sheep's guts should hale souls out of men's bodies? Well, horn for my money when all's done.
Sigh no more, lady, sigh no more. Men were deceivers ever. One foot in sea and one on shore, to wanting constant never. And sigh not so, but let them go. And be you blithe and bonny, converting all your sounds of woe into hey nonny nonny. Sing no more, did he sing no more of dumb so dull and heavy? The fraud of men was never so, since summer first was levied. And sigh not so, but let them go. And be you blithe and bonny, converting all your song of woe into hey nonny nonny.
By my troth, good song.
I'm no singer, my lord.
No, no, faith, thou sing'st well enough for a shift. Benedick?
Sorry, it wasn't highlighted in my script. And he had been a dog that should have howled thus. They would have hanged him. And I pray God his bad voice bode no mischief. I'd a lief have heard the night raven come, what plague could come after it?
Yea, marry, doth thou heal, Balthazar? I pray thee get us some excellent music, for tomorrow night we would have it at the Lady Hero's chamber window.
The best I can, my lord.
Do so. Farewell. Come hither, Leonato. What was it you told me of today, that your niece Beatrice was in love with Signor Benedick?
Oh, aye. Stock on, the fowl sits. I did never think that lady would have loved any man.
No, nor I either, but most wonderful that she should dote on Signor Benedick, whom she hath in all outward behaviours seemed to ever abhor.
Benedick, aside.
Sorry, they're not highlighted.
It's okay.
Sorry about that.
Is it possible? Is this the wind in that corner?
By my troth, my lord, I cannot tell what to think of it, but that she loves him with an enraged affection. It is past the infinite of thought.
Maybe she doth but counterfeit.
Faith, like enough.
Oh God, counterfeit! There was never a counterfeit of passion came so near the life of passion as she discovers it.
Why? What effects of passion shows she?
Bait the hook well, this fish will bite.
What effects, my lord? She will sit you. You heard my daughter tell you how.
She did indeed.
How? How, I pray you? You amaze me. I would have thought her spirit had been invincible against all assaults of affection.
I would have sworn it had, my lord, especially against Benedick.
I should think this a gull, but that the white-bearded fellow speaks it. Knavery cannot sure hide himself in such reverence.
He hath taken the infection. Hold it up.
Has she made her affection known to Benedick?
No, and swears she never will. That's her torment.
'Tis true indeed. So your daughter says. Shall I, says she, that have so oft encountered him with scorn, write to him that I love him?
This she says now when she's beginning to write to him, for she'll be up 20 times a night, and there she'll sit in her smock till she has writ a sheet of paper. My daughter tells us all.
Now you talk of a sheet of paper. I remember a pretty jest your daughter told us of.
Oh, ho! When she had was reading it over, she found Benedick and Beatrice between the sheet.
That.
Oh, she tore the letter into 1,000 halfpence, railed at herself that she should be so immodest to write the one she knew would flout her. I measure him, says she, by my own spirit, for I should flout him if he writ to me, yea, even though I love him I should.
Then down upon her knees she falls, weeps, sobs, beats her heart, tears her hair, prays, curses. Oh, sweet Benedick, God give me patience.
She doth indeed, my daughter says so, and the ecstasy hath so much overborne her that my daughter is sometimes afeard she will do desperate outrage to herself. It is very true.
It were good that Benedick knew of it by some other, if she will not discover it.
To what end? He would make but a sport of it, and torment the poor lady worse.
And he should. It were an alms to hang him. She's an excellent sweet lady, and, out of all suspicion, she is virtuous.
And she is exceeding wise.
In everything but in loving Benedick.
O my lord, wisdom and blood combating in so tender a body, we have 10 proofs to 1 that blood have the victory. I am sorry for her, as I have just cause, being her uncle and her guardian.
I would she had bestowed this dotage on me. I would have daffed all her other respects and made her half of myself. I pray you, tell Benedick of it, and hear what he will say.
Were it good, think you?
Hero thinks surely she will die, for she says she will die if he love her not, and she will die ere she make her love known, and she will die if he woo her rather than she will bate one breath of her accustomed crossness.
She doth well. If she should make tender of her love, 'tis very possible he'll scorn it, for the man, as you all know, hath a contemptible spirit.
He is a very proper man.
He hath indeed a good outward happiness.
Before God, and in my mind, very wise.
He doth indeed show some sparks that are like wit.
And I take him to be valiant.
As Hector, I assure you, in the managing of quarrels you may say he is wise, for either he avoids them with great discretion or undertakes them with a most Christian-like fear.
If he do fear God, he must necessarily keep peace. If he break the peace, he ought to enter into a quarrel with fear and trembling.
And so he will do, for the man doth fear God, however, howsoever it seems not in him by some large jests he will make. Well, I am sorry for your niece. Shall we go see Benedick and tell him of her love?
Never tell him, my lord. Let her wear it out with good counsel.
Nay, that's impossible. She may weigh her heart out first.
Well, we will hear further of it by your daughter. Let it cool the while. I love Benedick well, and I could wish he would modestly examine himself to see how much he is unworthy so good a lady.
My lord, will you walk? Dinner is ready.
If he do not dote on her upon this, I will never trust my expectation.
Let there be the same net spread for her, and that must be your daughter and her gentlewoman carry. The sport will be when they hold one opinion of another's dotage in no such matter. That's the scene I would see, which will be merely a dumb show. Let us send her to call him into dinner.
This can be no trick. The conference was sadly born. They have the truth of this from Hero. They seem to pity the lady. It seems her affections have their full bent. Love me! Why? It must be requited. I hear how I am censured. They say I will bear myself proudly if I perceive the love come from her. They say, too, that she will rather die than give any sign of affection. I did never think to marry. I must not seem proud. Happy are they that hear their distractions and can put them to mending. They say the lady is fair. 'Tis a truth. I can bear them witness, and virtuous 'tis so. I cannot reprove it, and wise, but for loving me, by my troth. It is no addition to her wit, nor no great argument of her folly, for I will be horribly in love with her. I may have some odd quirks and remnants of wit broken on me because I have railed so long against marriage, but doth not the appetite alter? A man loves the meat in his youth that he cannot endure in his age. Shall quips and sentences and these paper bullets of the brain awe a man from the career of his humor? No. The world must be peopled. When I said I would die a bachelor, I did not think I should live till I were married. Here comes Beatrice. By this day, she's a fair lady. I do spy some marks of love in her.
Against my will, I am sent to bid you come in to dinner.
Fair Beatrice, I thank you for your pains.
I took no more pains for those thanks than you take pains to thank me. If it had been painful, I would not have come.
You take pleasure, then, in the message?
Yea, just so much as you may take upon a knife's point and choke a doll withal. You have no stomach, signor, fare you well.
Against my will, I am sent to bid you come to dinner. There's a double meaning in that. I took no more pains for those thanks than you took pains to thank me. That's as much as to say any pains that I take for you is as easy as thanks. If I do not take pity of her, I am a villain. I will go get her picture.
Good Margaret, run thee to the parlor. There shalt thou find my cousin Beatrice proposing with the prince and Claudio. Whisper her ear and tell her I and Ursula walk in the orchard, and our whole discourse is all of her. Say that thou overheardst us, and bid her steal into the pleached bower where honeysuckles ripened by the sun. Forbid the sun to enter like favorites, made proud by princes that advise their pride against that power that bred it. There will she hide her to listen our propose. This is thy office. Bear thee well in it, and leave us alone.
I'll make her come, I warrant you, presently.
Now, Ursula, when Beatrice doth come, as we do trace this alley up and down, our talk must only be of Benedick. When I do name him, let it be thy part to praise him more than ever man did merit. My talk to thee must be how Benedick is sick in love with Beatrice. Of this matter is little Cupid's crafty arrow made, that only wounds by hearsay. Now, begin. For look when Beatrice like a lapwing runs close by the ground to hear our conference.
The pleasance angling is to see the fish cut with their golden oars the silver stream, and greedily devour the treacherous bait. So angle we for Beatrice, who even now is couched in the woodbine coverture. Fear you not my part of the dialogue.
Then go we near her, that her ear lose nothing of the false sweet bait we lay for it. No, truly, Ursula, she is too disdainful. I know her spirits are as coy and wild as Haggard of the Rock.
But are you sure that Benedick loves Beatrice so entirely?
So says the prince and my new-trothed lord.
And did they bid you tell her of it, madam?
They did entreat me to acquaint her of it, but I persuaded them, if they loved Benedick, to wish him wrestle with affection, and never to let Beatrice know of it.
Why did you so? Doth not the gentleman deserve as full a fortunate a bed as ever Beatrice shall couch upon?
O God of love, I know he doth deserve as much as may be yielded to a man. But nature never framed a woman's heart of prouder stuff than that of Beatrice. Disdain and scorn ride sparkling in her eye, misprizing what they look on, and her wit values itself so highly that to her all matter else seem weak. She cannot love, nor take no shape nor project of affection. She is so self-endeared.
Sure, I think so, and therefore certainly it were not good. She knew his love, lest she'd make sport at it.
Why, you speak truth. I never yet saw a man, how wise, how noble, young, how rarely featured. But she would spell him backwards. It fair-faced. She would swear the gentleman should be her sister, if why nature drawing of an antic made a foul blot, if tall, a lance ill-headed, if low, an agate very vile cut, if speaking, why, a vein blown with all winds, if silent, why, a block moved with none. So turns she every man the wrong side out, and never gives to truth and virtue that which simpleness and merit purchaseth.
Sure, such carping is not commendable.
No, not to be so odd and from all fashions as Beatrice cannot be commendable. But who dare tell her so? If I should speak, she would mock me into air. She would laugh me out of myself, press me to death with wit. Therefore let Benedick, like covered fire, consume away in sighs, waste inwardly. It were a better death than die with mocks, which is as bad as die with tickling.
Yet tell her of it. Hear what she will say.
No, rather I will go to Benedick and counsel him to fight against his passion. And truly, I'll deserve some honest slanders to stain my cousin with. One doth not know how much an ill word may empoison liking.
Oh, do not do your cousin such a wrong. She cannot be so much without true judgment, having so swift and excellent a wit as she is prized to have, as to refuse so rare a gentleman as Signor Benedick.
He is the only man of Italy, always expected, my dear Claudio.
I pray you, be not angry with me, madam. Speaking my fancy, Signor Benedick, for shape, for bearing, argument, and valour, goes foremost in report throughout Italy.
Indeed, he hath an excellent good name.
His excellence did earn it ere he had it. When are you married, madam?
Why, every day tomorrow. Come, go in. I'll show thee some attires and have thy counsel, which is the best to furnish me tomorrow.
She's limed, I warrant you. We have caught her, madam.
If it prove so, then loving goes by haps. Some Cupid kills with arrows, some with traps.
What fire is in my ears? Can this be true? Stand I condemned for pride and scorn so much? Contempt, farewell, and maiden pride, adieu. No glory lives behind the back of such, and Benedick, love on, I will requite thee, taming my wild heart to thy loving hand. If thou dost love me, my kindness shall incite thee to bind our loves up in a holy band. For others say thou dost deserve, and I believe it better than reporting thee.
I do but stay till your marriage be consummate, and then I go toward Aragon.
I'll bring you thither, my lord, if you'll vouchsafe me.
Nay, that would be as great a soil in the new gloss of your marriage as to show a child his new coat and forbid him to wear it. I will only be bold with Benedick for his company, or for the crown of his head to the sole of his feet, he is all mirth. He hath twice or thrice a Cupid's bowstring, and the little hangman dare not shoot at him. He hath a heart as sound as a bell, and his tongue is the clapper. For what his heart thinks, his tongue speaks.
Gallants, I am not as I have been.
So say I. Methinks you are sadder.
I hope he be in love.
Hang him, truant! There's no true drop of blood in him, to be truly touched with love. If he be sad, he wants money.
I have the toothache.
Draw it.
Hang it.
You must hang it first, then draw it afterwards.
What, sigh for the toothache?
Where's but a humor or a worm?
Well, everyone can master a grief, but he that has it.
Yet say I, he is in love?
There is no appearance of fancy in him, unless it be fancy that he hath to strange disguises, as to be a Dutchman today, a Frenchman tomorrow, or in the shape of two countries at once, as a German from the waist downward all slops, and a Spaniard from the hip upward, no doubtlet. Unless he have a fancy to this foolery, as it appears he hath no fool for fancy, as you would appear it he is.
If he be not in love with some woman, there is no believing old signs. He brushes his hat o' mornings. What should that bode?
Hath any man seen him at the barber's?
No, but the barber's man hath been seen with him, and the old ornament of his cheek hath already stuffed tennis balls.
Indeed, he looks younger than he did by loss of a beard.
Nay, he rubs himself with civet. Can you, can you smell him out by that?
That's as much as to say the sweet youth's in love.
The greatest note of it is his melancholy.
And when he wont to wash his face.
Yea, or to paint himself, for the which I hear what they say of him.
Nay, but his jesting spirit, which is now crept into a lute string, and now governed by stops.
Indeed, that tells a heavy tale for him. Conclude. He is in love.
Nay, but I know who loves him.
That would I know too, I warrant, one that knows him not.
Yes. And his ill conditions, and in despite of all, dies for him.
She shall be buried with her face upwards.
Yet is this no charm for the toothache? Old Signor, walk aside with me. I have studied 8 or 9 wise words to speak to you, which these hobby horses must not hear.
For my life, to break with him about Beatrice.
'Tis even so. Hero and Margaret have by this played on their parts with Beatrice, and then the two bears will not bite one another when they meet.
My lord and brother, God save you.
Good evening, brother.
If your leisure served, I would speak with you.
In private?
If it please you, yet Count Claudio may hear, for what I would speak of concerns him.
What's the matter?
Means your lordship to be married tomorrow?
You know he does.
Oh, I know not that, when he knows what I know.
If there be any impediment, I pray you... Oh, sorry. Claudio.
If there be any impediment, I pray you discover it.
You may think I love you not. Let that appear hereafter, and aim better at me by that I now will manifest. For my brother, I think he holds you well, and in dearness of heart hath helped to effect your ensuing marriage. Surely suit ill spent and labor ill bestowed.
Why? What's the matter?
I come hither to tell you, and circumstances shortened, for she has been too long a talking of. The lady is disloyal.
Who? Hero?
Even she. Leonato's hero, your hero, every man's hero.
Disloyal?
The word is too good to paint out her wickedness. I could say she were worse. Think of a worse title, and I will fit it to her. Wonder not till further warrant. Go but with me tonight. You shall see her chamber window entered, even the night before her wedding day. If you love her then, tomorrow wed her. But it would be better fit and honor to change your mind.
May this be so?
I will not think it.
If you dare not trust that you see, confess not that you know. If you will follow me, I will show you enough, and when you have seen more and heard more, proceed accordingly.
If I see anything tonight, why I should not marry her, tomorrow in the congregation where I should wed, there I will shame her.
And as I wooed her for thee to obtain her, I will join with thee to disgrace her.
I will disparage her no further till you are my witnesses. Bear it coldly, but till midnight, and let the issue show itself.
O day untowardly turned.
O mischief strangely thwarting.
O plague right well prevented. So will you say when you have seen the sequel.
Are you good men and true?
Yea, or else it will pity, but they should suffer salvation, body and soul.
Nay, that were a punishment too good for them. if they should have any allegiance in them being chosen for the prince's watch.
Well, give them their charge, neighbor Dogberry.
First, who do you think to be the most desertless man to be constable?
Hugh Oatcake, sir, or George Seacole, for they can write and read.
Come hither, neighbor Seacole. God has blessed you with a good name. To be a well-favored man is the gift of fortune, but to read and write comes by nature.
Both, which, Master Constable...
You have. I knew it would be your answer. Well, for your favor, sir, why, give God thanks, and make no boast of it, and for your writing and reading, let that appear when there is no need of such vanity. You are thought here to be the most senseless and fit man for the constable of the watch. Therefore, bear you the lantern. This is your charge. You shall comprehend all vagrom men. You are to bid any man stand in the prince's name.
How if he will not stand?
Why, then, take no note of him, but let him go and presently call the rest of the watch together, and thank God you are rid of a knave.
If he will not stand when he is bidden, he is none of the prince's subjects.
True. And they are to meddle with none of the prince's subjects. You shall also make no noise in the streets, for the watch to babble and to talk is most tolerable and not to be endured.
We will rather sleep than talk. We know what belongs to a watch.
Why, you speak like an ancient and most quiet watchman, for I cannot see how sleeping should offend. Only have a care that your bills are not stolen. Well, you are to call at the alehouses and bid those that are drunk get them to bed.
How if they will not?
Why then, let them alone till they are sober. If they make you not, then the better answer, you may say they are not the men you took them for.
Well, sir.
If you meet a thief, you may suspect him, by virtue of your office, to be no true man. And for such kind of men, the less you meddle or make with them, why, the more is for your honesty.
If we know him to be a thief, shall we not lay hands on him?
Truly, by your office you may, but I think they that touch pitch will be defiled. The most peaceable way for you, if you do take a thief, is to let him show himself what he is and steal out of your company.
You have always been called a merciful man, partner.
Truly, I would not hang a dog by my will, much more than a man who hath any honesty in him.
If you hear a child cry in the night, you must call the nurse and bid her to still it.
How if the nurse be asleep and will not hear us?
Why then depart in peace, and let the child wake her with crying. For the ewe that will not hear her lamb when it bays will never answer a calf when he bleats.
'Tis very true.
This is the end of the charge. You, constable, are to present the prince's own person. If you meet the prince in the night, you may stay him.
Nay, by a lady that I think I cannot.
5 shillings to 1 on it. With any man that knows the statutes, he may stay him, marry, not without the prince be willing, for indeed the watch ought to offend no man, and it is an offense to stay a man against his will.
By a lady, I think it be so.
Well, masters, good night. And there be any manner of weight chances, call up me. Keep your fellows' counsels and your own, and good night. Come, neighbor.
Well, masters, we hear our charge. Let us go sit here upon the church bench till 2, and then all to bed.
One word more, honest neighbors. I pray you watch about Signor Leonato's door. For the wedding being there tomorrow, there is a great coil tonight. Adios. Be vigilant. I beseech you.
What, Conrade?
Peace, stir not.
Conrade, I say.
Here I am at thy elbow, man.
Ah, mass. My elbow itch. I thought there would be a scab follow.
I will owe thee an answer for that. And now, forward with thy tale.
Stand thee close then under this penthouse for drizzle's rain, and I will, like a true drunkard, order all to thee.
Some treason, masters, yet stand close.
Therefore know I have earned of Don John 1,000 ducats.
Is it possible that any villainy should be so dear?
Thou should rather ask if it were possible any villainy be so rich. For when rich villains have need of poor ones may make what price they will.
I wonder at it.
That shows thou art unconfirmed. Thou knowest that the fashion of a doublet or a hat or a cloak is nothing to a man.
Yes, it is apparel.
I mean the fashion.
Yes, the fashion is the fashion.
Tush, I may as well say the fool's the fool. But seest thou not what a deformed thief this fashion is?
I know that United Healthcare CEO. He's been a vile thief this 7 year. He goes up and down like a gentleman. I remember his name.
Didst thou not hear somebody?
No, 'twas the vane on the house.
Ah, seest thou not? I say what a United Healthcare CEO thief this fashion is. How giddily he turns about all the hot bloods between 14th and 5 and 30, sometimes fashioning them like Pharaoh's soldiers in the Ricci painting, sometimes like God Bel's priests in the old church window, sometimes like the shaven Hercules in the smirch worm-eaten tapestry, where his codpiece seems as messy as his club.
All this I see, and I see that the fashion wears out more apparel than the man. But art not thou thyself giddy with the fashion too, that thou hast shifted out of thy tale into telling me of the fashion?
Not so neither. But know that I have tonight wooed Margaret, the lady hero's gentlewoman by the name Hero. She leans me out her mistress's chamber window, bids me 1,000 times good night. I tell this tale vilely. I should first tell thee how the Prince Claudio and my master, planted and placed and possessed by my master Don John, saw far off in the orchard this amiable encounter.
And thought they Margaret was hero?
2 of them did, the Prince and Claudio. But the devil my master knew she was Margaret, and partly by his oaths which first possessed them, partly by the dark of night which did deceive them, but chiefly by my villainy which did confirm any slander that John made. When away went Claudio in rage, swore he would meet her as he was appointed next morning at the temple, and there, before the whole congregation, shame her with what he saw her night, and send her home again without a husband.
We charge you in the prince's name. Stand!
Call up the right master constable. We have here recovered the most dangerous piece of lechery that ever was known in the Commonwealth.
And one United Healthcare CEO is one of them. I know him. He wears a lock.
Conrade.
Oh, I thought it's Dogberry
Dogberry.
next.
Dogberry, yeah.
Sorry, I lost my place. The version I have doesn't have.
Masters.
You'll be made to bring the United Healthcare CEO forth, I warrant you.
Shit. I need help.
Act
Masters
3,
never
Scene
speak.
3, page 109, line 176.
51 at the top of the PDF.
Okay. Live theater.
Woo!
Masters never
somewhere.
speak, we charge you. Let us obey I can't possibly do the accent you did.
You
Let
can't
us obey and
possibly
go
do
with
the
you.
Sorry, I'm
We
trying
are
to find the
like-
one that's actually highlighted.
I'm putting it in the chat for you.
Oh,
Thank you.
you find it.
I majored in theater. What is wrong with me?
I just put the lines in the chat for you. Your line.
Speak! Masters!
Oh, starting again. You'll be made bring the United Hellcare CEO forth. I warrant you.
Masters!
Borrachio, just move on.
Okay. All right. We are like to prove a goodly commodity being taken up these men's bills.
A commodity in question. I warrant you. Come, we'll obey you.
Fuck.
Good Ursula, wake my cousin Beatrice and desire her to rise.
I will, lady.
And bid her come hither.
Well.
Troth, I think your other Roberto were better.
No, pray thee, good Meg, I'll wear this.
By my troths, not so good, and I'll warrant your cousin will say so.
My cousin's a fool, and thou art another. I'll wear none but this.
I like the new tire within excellently. If the hair were a thought browner, and your gown's a most rare fashion in faith. I saw the Duchess of Milan's gown that they praise so.
Oh, that exceeds, they say.
By my troths, but a nightgown in respect of yours. Gold cloth of gold and cuts, and laced with silver, set with pearls, down sleeves, side sleeves, and skirts round underborne with a bluish tinsel. But for a fine, quaint, graceful, and excellent fashion, yours is worth 10 on it.
God give me joy to wear it, for my heart is exceedingly heavy.
Will be heavier soon by the weight of a man.
Fie upon thee, art not ashamed?
Of what, lady? Of speaking honourably? Is not marriage honourable in a beggar? Is not your lord honourable without marriage? I think you would have me say, saving your reverence, a husband. And bad thinking do not rest true speaking. I'll offend nobody. Is there any harm in the heavier for a husband? None, I think. And it be right, husband, and the right wife. Otherwise, 'tis light and not heavy. Ask my lady Beatrice, else here she comes.
Good morrow, cause.
Good morrow, sweet hero.
Why, how now? Do you speak in the sick tune?
I am all out of other tune, methinks.
Claps into lighter love. That goes without a burden. Do you sing it and I'll dance to it.
You light love with your heels. Then, if your husband have stables enough, you'll see he shall lack no barns.
Oh, illegitimate construction. I scorn that with my heels.
'Tis almost 5 o'clock, cousin. 'Tis time you were ready. By my troth, I am exceeding ill. Hey ho.
For a hawk? For a hawk? A horse or a husband?
For the letter that begins them all, H.
Well, and you not be turned turf. There's no more sailing by the star.
What means the fool, trow?
Nothing I, but God send everyone their heart's desire.
These gloves the Count sent me, they are an excellent perfume.
I am stuffed, cousin. I cannot smell.
A maid and stuffed. There's a goodly catching of cold.
Oh, God help me. God help me. How long have you professed apprehension?
Ever since you left it. Doth not my wit become it rarely?
It is not seen enough. You should wear it in your cap. By my troth, I am sick.
Get you some of this distilled Carduus Benedictus and lay it to your heart. It is the only thing for a qualm.
There thou prickest her with a thistle.
Benedictus? Why Benedictus? You have some moral in this Benedictus.
Moral? No, not by my troth. I have no moral meaning. I meant plain holy thistle. You may think perchance I think you are in love. Nay, by a lady, I am not such a fool to think what I list, nor I list not to think what I can, nor indeed I cannot think, if I would give my heart out of thinking, that you are in love, or that you will be in love, or that you can be in love. Yet Benedick is such another, and now he has become a man. He swore he would never marry, and yet now, in despite of his heart, he eats his meat without grudging. And how you may be converted I know not, but methinks you look with your eyes as other women do.
What pace is this that thy tongue keeps?
Not a false gallop.
Madam, withdraw. The prince, the count, Signor Benedick, Don John, and all the gallants of the town are come to fetch you to church.
Help to dress me, good cause, good Meg, good Ursula.
Leonato.
What would you with me, honest neighbor?
Marry, sir, I would have some confidence with you that discerns you nearly.
Brief, I pray you, it is a busy time with me.
Mary, this is it, sir.
Yes, in truth, it is, sir.
What is it? Good friends. Good friends.
Good man Verges, sir, speaks a little off the matter. An old man, sir, and his wits are not so blunt as, God help, I would desire they were, but in faith, honest as the skin between his brows.
Yes, I thank God, as I am as honest as any man living. That is, an old man, and no honester than I.
Comparisons are odorous. Palabras, neighbor Verges.
Neighbors, you are tedious.
It pleases your worship to say so, but we are the poor duke's officers. But truly, for mine own part, if I were as tedious as a king, I could find it in my heart to bestow it all of your worship.
All thy tedious on me, eh?
Yea, and 'twere 1,000 pound more than 'tis. For I hear as good an exclamation on your worship as of any man in the city. And though I be but a poor man, I am glad to hear it.
And so am I.
I would fain know what you have to say.
Marry, sir, I'll watch tonight, accepting your worship's presence, taken a couple of as errant knaves as any in Messina.
Good old man, sir. He will be talking, as they say, when the age is in, the wit is out. God help us. It is a world to see. Well said, if faith, neighbor Verges. Well, God's a good man, and 2 men ride of a horse, 1 must ride behind. An honest soul, if faith, sir, by my troth, he is as ever broke bread, but God is to be worshipped. All men are not alike. Alas, good neighbor.
Indeed, neighbor, he comes too short of you.
Gifts that God gives.
I must leave you.
One word, sir. Our watch, sir, have indeed comprehended 2 auspicious persons, and we would have them this morning examined before your worship.
Take their examination yourself and bring it to me. I am now in great haste, as it may appear to you.
It shall be suffigance.
Drink some wine, here you go. Fare you well.
My lord, sorry. My lord, they say for you and give your daughter a husband.
I'll wait upon them. I am ready.
Go, good partner, go. Get you to Francis Seacole. Bid him bring his pen and inkhorn to the jail. We are now to examination these men.
And we must do it wisely.
We will spare for no wit, I warrant you. Here's that shall drive some of them to a non-cum. Only get the learned writer to sit down our excommunication and meet me at the jail.
Friar Francis, be brief. Only to the plain form of marriage, and you shall recount their particular duties afterwards.
You come hither, my lord, to marry this lady?
No.
To be married to her. Friar, you come to marry her.
Lady, you come hither to be married to this man.
I do.
If either of you know any inward impediment why you should not be conjoined, I charge you on your soul to utter it.
Know you any, hero?
None, my lord.
Know you any, count?
I dare make his answer none.
Oh, what men dare do, what men may do, what men daily do, not knowing what they do.
How now? Interjections? Why then some be of laughing, as
Stand thee by, friar. Father, by your leave, will you with free and unconstrained soul give me this maid, your daughter?
As freely, son, as God did give her to me.
And what have I to give you back whose worth may counterpoise this rich and precious gift?
Nothing, unless you render her again.
Sweet prince, you learn me noble thankfulness. There, Leonato, take her back again. Give not this rotten orange to your friend. She's but the sign and semblance of her honor. Behold, how like a maid she blushes here. Oh, what authority and show of truth can cunning sin cover itself withal? Comes not that blood as modest evidence to witness simple virtue? Would you not swear, all you that see her, that she were a maid? But these exterior shows, but she is none. She knows the heat of a luxurious bed. Her blush is guiltiness, not modesty.
What do you mean, my lord?
Not to be married, not to knit my soul to an approved woman, wanton.
Dear my lord, if you, in your own proof, have vanquished the resistance of her youth and made the defeat of her virginity...
I know what you would say. If I have known her, you will say she did embrace me as a husband, and so extenuate the forehand sin. No, Leonato, I never tempted her with word too large, but as a brother to his sister showed, bashful sincerity and comely love.
And seemed I ever otherwise to you?
Oh, on the seeming, I will write against it. You seem to me as Dion in her orb, as chaste as in the bud ere to be blown. But you are more intemperate in your blood than Venus or those pampered animals that rage in savage sensuality.
Is my lord well, that he doth speak so wide?
Sweet prince, why speak you not?
What should I speak? I stand dishonored that I have gone about to link my dear friend to a common stale.
Are these things spoken, or do I but dream?
Sir, they are spoken, and these things are true.
This looks not like a nuptial.
True! Oh, God.
Leonato, stand I here. In this the prince's brother. In this face heroes. Are our eyes our own?
All this is so, but what of this, my lord?
Let me but move one question to your daughter. And by that fatherly and kindly power that you have in her, bid her answer truly.
I charge thee to do so, as thou art my child.
Oh, God, defend me! How I am beset! What kind of cat kitchen call are you this?
To make you answer truly to your name.
Is it not hero? Who can blot thy name with any just reproach?
Marry, that can, hero. Hero itself can blot out hero's virtue. What man was he talked with you yesternight? Out at your window betwixt 12 and 1. Now, if you are a maid, answer to this.
I talked with no man at that hour, my lord.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Why, then, are you no maiden? Leonato, I am sorry that you must hear. Upon mine honor, myself, my brother, and this grieved count did see her, hear her, at that hour last night, talk with a ruffian at her chamber window, who hath indeed, most like a liberal villain, confessed the vile encounters they had 1,000 times in secret.
Fie, they are not to be named, my lord, not to be spoke of. There is not chastity enough in language, without offense, to utter them. Thus, pretty lady, I am sorry for thy much misgovernment.
O hero, what a hero hadst thou been! If half thy outward graces had been placed about thy thoughts and counsels of thy heart, but fare thee well, most foul, most fair, farewell. Thou pure impiety and impious purity. For thee I'll lock up all the gates of love, and on my eyelids shall conjecture hang, to turn all beauty into thoughts of harm, and never shall it be more gracious.
Hath no man's dagger here a point for me?
Why, how now, cousin? Wherefore you sink you down?
Come, let us go. These things come thus to light. Smother their spirits up.
How doth the lady?
Dead, I think. Help, uncle, hero. Why, hero? Uncle, Senior Benedick, friar.
O fate, take not away thy heavy hand. Death is the fairest cover for her shame that may be wished for.
How now, cousin hero?
Have comfort, lady.
Dost thou look up?
Yea, wherefore should she not?
Wherefore? Why, doth not every earthly thing cry shame upon her? Could she here deny the story that is printed in her blood? Do not live, hero, do not ope thine eyes, for I did think thou wouldst not quickly die. Thought I the spirits were stronger than thy shames, myself would, on rearward of reproaches, strike at thy life. Grieved I had but one. Tried I not, for that frugal nature's frame? Oh, one too much by thee, why had I one? Why wast thou ever lovely in my eyes? Why had I not with charitable hand took up a beggar's issue at my gates? Who, smirched thus, would mired with infamy, I might have said, no part of it is mine, but shame derives itself from unknown loins. But mine I loved, mine I praised, and mine that I was proud on, mine so much that I myself was myself not mine, valuing of her. Why, she is fallen into a pit of ink, that the wide sea hath drops too few to wash her clean again, and salt too little, which may season her to foul tainted flesh.
Sir, be patient. For my part, I am so attired in wonder I know not what to say.
Oh, on my soul, my cousin is belied.
Oh, lady, were you her bedfellow last night?
No, really not. Although until last night I have this 12-month been her bedfellow.
Confirmed, that is stronger maid which was before barred up with ribs of iron. Would the two princes lie, and Claudio lie, who loved her so that speaking of her foulness washed it with tears? Hence from her, let her die.
Hear me a little. For I have only been silent so long, and given way unto the course of fortune by noting of the lady. I have marked 1,000 blushing apparitions to start into her face, 1,000 innocent shames in angel whiteness beat away those blushes, and in her eye there hath appeared a fire to burn the errors that these princes hold against her maiden truth. Call me a fool. Trust not my reading, nor my observations, which with experimental seal doth warrant the tenure of my book. Trust not my age, my reverence, calling, nor divinity, if this sweet lady lie not guiltless here, under some biting error.
Friar, it cannot be. Thou seest that all the grace she hath left that she will not add to her damnation a sin of perjury. She denies it not. Why seekst thou to cover with excuse what appears in proper nakedness?
Lady, what man is he you are accused of?
My daughter, we cannot hear you.
My lady, thou art muted.
They know that do accuse me. I know none. If I know more of any man alive than that which maiden modesty doth warrant, let all my sins lack mercy. Oh, my father, prove you that any man with me conversed at hours unmeet, or that I yesternight maintained the change of words with any creature. Refuse me, hate me, torture me to death.
There is some strange misprison in these princes.
2 of them have the very bent of honor, and if their wisdom be misled in this, the practice of it lives in John the Bastard, whose spirits toil in frame of villainies.
I know not. If they speak but truth of her, these hands shall tear her. But if they wrong her honor, the proudest of them shall hear of it. Time hath not yet dried this blood of mine, nor age so ate up my invention, nor fortune made such havoc of my means, nor bad life reft me of such friends. But they shall find, awakened in kind, both strength of limb and policy of mind, ability in means, and choice of friends to quit me of them thoroughly.
Pause a while, and let my counsel sway you in this case. Your daughter here the princes left for dead. Let her a while be kept secretly kept in, and publish it that she is dead indeed. Maintain a mourning ostentation, and on your family's old monument hang mournful epitaphs, and do all rites that do attain unto a burial.
And what shall become of this? What will this do?
Mary, this well carried on her behalf change slander to remorse. That is some good, but not for that dream I on this strange course. But on this travail to look for greater birth. She, dying, it must be so maintained, upon the instant she was accused, shall be lamented, pitied, and excused of every hearer. For if so falls out that what we have prized not the worth whilst we enjoyed it, but being lacked and lost, why then we rack the value. Then we find the virtue that possession would not show us, whilst it was ours. So will it fare with Claudio, when he shall hear that she died upon his words. The very idea of her life shall sweetly creep into the study of his imagination, and every lovely organ of her life shall be apparelled in more precious habit, more moving, delicate, and full of life into his eye and prospect of his soul than when she lived indeed. Then shall he mourn, if ever love had interest in his liver, and wish he had not so accused her. No, though he thought his accusation true. Let this be so, and doubt not but success will fashion in the event in better shape than I can lay down in likelihood. But if all aim but this be levelled false, the supposition of the lady's death will quench the wonder of her infamy. And if it sorts not well, you may conceal her, as best befits her wounded reputation, in some reclusive and religious life, out of all eyes, tongues, minds, and injuries.
Signor Leonato, let the friar advise you, and though you know my inwardness, and love is very much unto the prince and Claudio, yet by mine honor I will deal in this as secretly and justly as your soul should with your body.
Being that I flow in grief, the smallest twine may lead me.
'Tis well consented. Presently away, For the strange sores, strangely thy strain the cure. Come, lady, die to live. The wedding day perhaps is but prolonged. Have patience and endure.
Lady Beatrice, have you wept all this time?
Yea, and I will weep a while longer.
I will not desire that.
You have no reason. I do it freely.
Surely I do believe your fair cousin is wronged.
How much might the man deserve of me that would right her?
Is there any way to show such a friendship?
A very even way, but no such friend.
May a man do it.
It is a man's office, but not yours.
I do love nothing in the world so well as you. Is that not strange?
As strange as a thing I know not. It were possible for me to say I loved nothing so well as you, but believe me not, and yet I lie not. I confess nothing, nor I deny nothing. I am sorry for my cousin.
By my sword, Beatrice, thou lovest me.
Do not swear and eat it.
I will swear by it that you love me, and I will make him eat it that says I love you not.
Will you not eat your word?
With no sauce that can be devised to it, I protest I love thee.
Then God forgive me.
What offense, sweet Beatrice.
You've stayed me in a happy hour. I was about to protest. I loved you.
And do it with all thy heart.
I love you with so much of my heart that none is left to protest.
Come, bid me do anything for thee.
Kill Claudio.
Not for the wide world.
You kill me to deny it. Farewell.
Tarry, sweet Beatrice.
I am gone, though I am here. There is no love in you. Nay, I pray you let me go.
Beatrice.
In faith, I will go.
We'll be friends first.
You dare easier be friends with me than fight with mine enemy.
Is Claudio thine enemy?
Is he not approved in the height a villain that has slandered, scorned, dishonored my kinswoman? Oh, that I were a man! What bear her in hand until they come to take hands, and then, with public accusation, uncumbrous slander, unmitigated rancor. Oh, God, that I were a man, I would eat his heart in the marketplace.
Hear me, Beatrice.
Talk with a man at a window, a proper saying.
Nay, but Beatrice.
Sweet hero, she is wronged, she is slandered, she is undone.
Beatrice.
Princes and counties, surely a princely testimony, a goodly count, Count Comfect, a sweet gallant, surely. Oh, that I were a man for his sake, or that I had any friend would be a man for my sake, but manhood is melted into curtsies, valor into compliment, and men are only turned into tongue. And trim ones, too. He is now as valiant as Hercules that only tells a lie and swears it. I cannot be a man with wishing. Therefore I will die a woman with grieving.
Tarry, good Beatrice. By this hand, I love thee.
Use it for my love some other way than swearing by it.
Think you in your soul that Count Claudio hath wronged Hero?
Yea, as sure as I have a thought or a soul.
Enough. I am engaged. I will challenge him. I will kiss your hand. And so I leave you. By this hand, Claudio shall render me a dear account. As you hear of me, so think of me. Go comfort your cousin. I must say she is dead. And so, farewell.
Our whole assembly appeared.
Oh, a stool and a cushion for the sexton.
Which be the malefactors?
Mary, that am I and my partner.
Nay, that's certain. We have the exhibition to examine.
But which are the offenders that to be examined? Let them come before Master Constable.
Yea, Mary, let them come before me. What is your name, friend?
Borrachio.
Pray write down Borrachio. Yours, Sirrah.
I am a gentleman, sir, and my name is Conrade.
Write down Master Gentleman Conrade. Masters, do you serve God?
Yea, sir.
Yes,
We hope.
sir. We hope.
Write down that they hope they serve God. And write God first. For God defend, but God should go before such villains. Masters, it is proved already that you are little better than false knaves. And it will go near to be thought so shortly. How answer you for yourselves?
Marry, sir, we say we are none.
A marvelous witty fellow, I assure you. But I will go about with him. Come you hither, Sirrah, a word in your ear. I say you, it is thought you are false knaves.
Sir, I say to you, we are none.
Well, stand aside, for God, they are both in a tale. Have you writ down that they are none?
Master Constable, you go not the way to examine. You must call forth the watch that are their accusers.
Yea, Mary, that's the eftest way. Let the watch come forth. Masters, I charge you, in the prince's name, accuse these men.
This man said, sir, that Don John, the prince's brother, were a villain.
Write down Prince John a villain. Why, this is flat perjury to call a prince's brother villain.
Master Constable.
I pray thee, fellow, peace. I do not like thy look, I promise thee.
What heard you him say else?
Mary, that he had received 1,000 ducats of Don John for accusing the lady hero wrongfully.
Flat burglary as ever was committed.
Yea, by mass, that it is.
What else, fellow?
And that Count Claudio did mean, upon his words, to disgrace Hero before the whole assembly and not marry her.
Oh, villain, thou wilt be condemned into everlasting redemption for this.
What else?
This is all.
And this is more, masters, than you can deny. Prince John in this morning secretly stole away. Hero was in this manner accused, in this very manner refused, and upon grief of this suddenly died. Master Constable, let these men be bound and brought to Leonato's. I will go before and show him their examination.
Come, let them be opinioned.
Let them be in the hats.
Off, coxcomb!
God's my life, where's the sexton? Let him write down the prince's officer, coxcomb. Come, bind him, thou naughty varlet.
Away! You are an ass! You are an ass!
Dost thou not suspect my place? Dost thou not suspect my years? Oh, that he were here to write me down an ass. But masters, remember that I am an ass. Though it be not written down, yet forget not that I am an ass. No, thou villain, thou art full of piety, and shall be proved upon thee as by good witness. I am a wise fellow, and, which is more, an officer, and, which is more, a householder, and, which is more, as pretty a piece of flesh as any in Messina, and one that knows the law. Go to, and a rich fellow enough, go to, and a fellow that hath had losses, and one that hath had 2 gowns and everything handsome about him, bring him away. Oh, that I had been written down an ass.
Okay, folks, we will be starting Act 5 in a minute, but first we want to remind you of why we're here, especially because we have crossed the 1,000 mark. So let's give a round of applause for that. And then Ernak is going to remind us again why this is so very important.
So Trans Lifeline is an incredibly valuable resource for trans people. The main thing that it's obviously is a helpline for people that are in extreme distress, particularly if they're suicidal. A lot of suicide hotlines will call the cops on people who phone in, and that can make the situation drastically worse. Trans Lifeline is one of the only ones that doesn't do that. They are also, unless something has changed in the last year and a half, the only one dedicated specifically to trans people with resources aimed at trans people. On top of that, they also maintain a large amount of educational resources, informational resources, legal resources that can assist trans people in their transition, in getting their name changes and things. They also do direct aid, giving money directly to marginalized trans people so that they can afford their care and afford the legal costs that it takes to get your gender markers changed and that sort of thing. They're an incredibly valuable resource, especially right now as the world has gotten worse over time. The increasing number of anti-trans legislation that has passed in the last while is going to cause the need for this type of resource to increase. As studies have shown, anti-trans laws, especially amongst teenagers, increase suicidality risks quite heavily, up to 72% in some cases. And it's so important that we support these types of systems so that, trans youth, trans teens, and trans adults can reach out to them. And if you are struggling, if you are dealing with suicidal ideation, if you are needing support in order to be able to afford your transition care and afford your legal transition, please go look into Trans Lifeline, into their resources, into their call line. They are safe. They'll help you. And I know for a fact that they have saved people I know personally. So please consider donating.
And I'm just going to yes and here for a second that we have to remember these laws are happening everywhere. Canada isn't exempt. Alberta just did a bunch of stupid things. They're happening everywhere. They're increasing everywhere, and we need to fight them everywhere, and we need to support the most vulnerable amongst us.
Yes, and that. Other than Saskatchewan, it's very similar to Alberta. The Sask Party PM, who is currently in control of the province, stated openly during the election that their first order of priority was bathroom bans for teenagers. The goal of these laws is to kill trans teens. That is the purpose. That is the only purpose, because they don't actually reasonably get implemented anywhere. All they do is negatively affect people's ability to continue existing. And they know that. They know that these types of laws increase risks of suicidality, and that's why they do them. So we are supporting a charity and an organization that directly combats that harm in a variety of ways. But it's also important to understand that they know what they're doing. They know that they are harming us, and that is their goal.
And as much as the most important thing is the people who are being most harmed, the trans people, remember that they are harming them to discipline the rest of us. To teach the people who to hate, so that they will ignore the real problem. That these are real problems, but they will ignore the things that they are not fixing, to focus on these social issues. They are harming people to try and discipline everyone else, and the whole thing is just fucked up. So the most important thing is that we resist. We resist with solidarity, we resist with joy, we resist with helping each other. And with that, we are going to get back into the Shakespeare and finish out this little play.
If you go on, if you go on thus, you will kill yourself, and 'tis not wisdom thus to second grief against yourself.
I pray thee cease thy counsel, which falls into mine ears as profitless, as water in a sieve. Give me not counsel, nor let no comforter delight mine ear, but such one whose wrongs do suit with mine. Bring me a father that has so loved his child, whose joy of her is overwhelmed like mine, and bid him speak of patience. Measure his woe the length and breadth of mine, and let it answer every strain for strain, as thus for thus, and such a grief for such, in every lineament, branch, shape, and form. Such a one will smile and stroke his beard, bid sorrow wag, cry, hem when he should groan, patch grief with proverbs, make misfortune drunk with candle wasters. Bring him yet to me, and I of him will gather patience. But there is no man, brother. Men can counsel, and speak of comfort to that grief which they themselves do not feel, but tasting it, their counsel turns to passion, which before would give perceptual medicine to rage, fetter strong madness in a silken thread, charm ache with air, and agony with words. No, no, 'tis all men's office to speak patience to those that wring under the load of sorrow, but no man's virtue nor sufficiency to be so moral when he shall endure the like himself. Therefore give me no counsel, my griefs cry louder than advertisement.
Therein do men from children nothing differ.
I pray thee peace. I will be flesh and blood, for there was never yet philosopher that could endure the toothache patiently, however they have writ the style of gods and made a push at chance and sufferance.
Yet bend not all the harm upon yourself. Make those that do offend you suffer too.
There, thou speak'st reason. Nay, I will do so. My soul doth tell me that Hero is belied, and that shall Claudio know. So shall the prince and all of them that dishonor her thus.
Why? Here comes the prince and Claudio hastily.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good day to both of you.
Hear you, my lords.
We have some haste, Leonato.
Some haste, my lord. Well, fare you well, my lord. Are you so hasty now? Well, all is one.
Nay, do not quarrel with us, good old man.
If he could right himself with quarreling, some of us would lie low.
Who wrongs him?
Marry, thou dost wrong me, thou dissembler, thou. Nay, never lay thy hand upon thy sword, I fear thee not.
Mary, beshrew my hand. If it should not give your age such cause of fear, in faith, my hand meant nothing to my sword.
Tush, man, never fleer and jest at me. I speak not like a dotard, nor a fool, as under privilege of age to brag what I have done being young, or what would do were I not old. No, Claudio, to thy head. Thou hast so wronged mine innocent child and me that I am forced to lay my reverence by, and with grey hairs and bruise of many days do challenge thee to trial of man. I say thou hast belied mine innocent child. Thy slander has gone through and through her heart, and she lies buried with her ancestors, oh, in a tomb where never scandal slept. Save this of hers, framed by thy villainy.
My villainy?
Thine, Claudio, thine, I say.
You say not right, old man.
My lord, I'll prove it on his body if he dare. Despite his nice fence and his active practice, his May of youth and bloom of lusterhood.
Away! I will not have to do with you.
Canst thou so daff me? Thou hast killed my child! If thou killst me, boy, thou shalt at least kill a man.
He shall kill 2 of us, and men indeed. But that's no matter. Let him kill 1 first. Win me and wear me. Let him answer me. Come, follow me, boy. Come, sir boy, come follow me. Sir boy, I'll wipe you from your foining fence. Nay, as I am a gentleman, I will.
Brother.
Content yourself. God knows I loved my niece, and she is dead, slandered to death by villains that dare as well answer a man indeed, as I dare take a serpent by the tongue. Boys, apes, braggarts, jacks, milksops.
Brother Anthony.
Hold your content. What, man? I know them, yea, and what they weigh, and even to the utmost scruple, scrambling, outfacing, fashion-monging boys that lie and cog and flout, deprave and slander, go antically and show outward hideousness, and speak of 6 dangerous words, how they might hurt their enemies if they durst, and this is all.
But, Brother Anthony...
Come! 'Tis no matter. Do not you meddle, let me deal in this.
Gentlemen, both, we will not wake your patience. My heart is sorry for your daughter's death, but, on my honor, she was charged with nothing but what was true and very full of proof.
My lord! My lord!
I will not hear you.
No? Come, brother, away. I will be heard.
And shall, or some of us will smart for it.
See, here comes the man we want to seek.
Now, Signor, what news?
Good day, my lord.
Welcome, Signor. You're almost come to part, almost, affray.
We had like to have had our 2 noses snapped off with 2 old men without teeth.
Leonato and his brother. What thinkst thou? Had we fought, I doubt we should have been too young for them.
In a false quarrel, there is no true valor. I came to seek you both.
We have been up and down to seek thee, for we are high-proof melancholy, and would fain having it beaten away. Wilt thou use thy wit?
It is in my scabbard. Shall I draw it?
Dost thou wear thy wit by thy side?
Never any did so, though very many have. Being beside their wit, I will bid thee draw, as we do the minstrels, draw to pleasure us.
Am I an honest man? He looks pale. Art thou sick or angry?
What? Courage, man! What though care killed a cat? Thou hast mettle enough in thee to kill care.
Sir, I shall meet your wit in the career, and you charge it against me. I pray you, choose another subject.
Nay, then give him another staff. This last was broke cross.
By this light he changes more and more. I think he be angry indeed.
If he be, he knows how to turn his girdle.
Shall I speak a word in your ear?
God bless me from a challenge.
You are a villain. I jest not. I will make it good how you dare, with what you dare, and when you dare. Do me right, or I will protest your cowardice. You have killed a sweet lady, and her death shall fall heavy on you. Let me hear from you.
Well, I will meet you, so I may have good cheer.
What? A feast? A feast?
I faith I thank him. He hath bid me to a calf's head and a capon, and the which if I do not carve most curiously, say my knife's not. Shall I not find a woodcock too?
Sir, your wit ambles well, it goes easily.
I tell thee now, Beatrice praised thy wit the other day. I said thou hast a fine wit. True, said she, a fine little one. No, I said, a great wit. Right, says she, a gross one. Nay, said I, a good wit. Just, said she, it hurts nobody. Nay, said I, The gentleman is wise. Certain, said she, a wise gentleman. Nay, said I, he hath the tongues. That I believe, said she, for he swore a thing to me on Monday night, for which he forswore on Tuesday morning. There's a double tongue. There's two tongues. Thus did she an hour together transshape thy particular virtues. Yet, at last she concluded with a sigh, thou wast the properest man in Italy.
For the which she wept heartily, and said she cared not.
Yes, that she did, but for all that, and if she did not hate him deadly, she would love him dearly. The old man's daughter told us all.
All, and moreover, God saw him when he was hid in the garden.
But when shall we set the savage bull's horn on the sensible Benedick's head?
Yea, and text underneath, here dwells Benedick, the married man.
Fare you well, boy. You know my mind. I will leave you now to your gossip-like humor. You break jests as braggarts do their blaze, which, God be thanked, hurt not. My lord, for your many courtesies, I thank you. I must discontinue your company. Your brother the bastard is fled from Messina. You have among you killed a sweet and innocent lady, for my lord Lackbeard there. He and I shall meet. Until then, peace be with him.
He is in earnest.
In most profound earnest. And I'll warrant you, for the love of Beatrice.
And hath challenged thee.
Most sincerely.
What a pretty thing man is when he goes in his doublet and hose and leaves off his wit.
He is then a giant to an ape, but then is an ape a doctor to such a man.
But soft you, let me be. Pluck up my heart, and be sad. Did he not say my brother was fled? Dogberry.
Come you, sir. If justice cannot tame you, she shall ne'er weigh more reasons in her balance. Nay, and you being a cursing hypocrite once, you must be looked to.
How now, two of my brother's men bound? Borrachio one.
Hearken after their offense, my lord.
Officers, what offense have these men done?
Marry, sir, they have committed false reports. Moreover, they have spoken untruths. Secondarily, they are slanders. Sixth and lastly, they have belied a lady. Thirdly, they have verified unjust things. And to conclude, they are lying knaves.
First, I asked thee what they have done. Thirdly, I asked thee what is their offense. Sixth, and lastly, why they are committed. And to conclude, what you lay to their charge.
Rightly reasoned, and in his own division, and by my troth, there's one meaning well suited.
What have you offended, masters, that you are thus bound by your answer? This learned constable is too cunning to be understood. What is your offense?
Sweet prince, let me go no farther to mine answer. Do you hear me? And let this count kill me. I have deceived even your very eyes. What your wisdoms could not discover, these shallow fools have brought to light, who in the night overheard me confessing to this man how Don John, your brother, incensed me to slander the lady Hero, how you were brought into the orchard and saw me court Margaret in Hero's garments, how you disgraced her when you should marry her. My villainy they have upon record, which I had rather seal with my death than repeat over to my shame. The lady is dead upon my and my master's false accusation. And briefly, I desire nothing but the reward of a villain.
Runs this speech like an iron through your blood?
I have drunk poison while he uttered it.
But did my brother set thee on to this?
Yea, and paid me richly for the practice of it.
He is composed and framed of treachery, and he fled upon his villainy.
Sweet Hero, now thy image doth appear, in the rare semblance that I loved it first.
Come, bring away the plaintiffs. By this time, our sexton hath reformed Signor Leonato of the matter. And, masters, do not forget to specify, when time and place shall serve, that I am an ass.
Here, here comes Master Signor Leonato and the sexton too.
Which is the villain? Let me see his eyes, that when I note another man like him, I may avoid him. Which of these is he?
If you would know you're wronger, look on me.
Art thou the slave that with thy breath hast killed mine innocent child?
Yea, even I alone.
No, not so, villain, thou beliest thyself. Here stand a pair of honorable men, a third is fled that had a hand of it. I thank you, princess, for my daughter's death. Record it with your high and worthy deeds. 'Twas bravely done, if bethink you of it.
I know not how to pray your patience, yet I must speak. Choose your revenge yourself. Impose me what penance your invention can lay upon my sin, yet sinned I not, but in mistaking.
By my soul, nor I, and yet to satisfy this good old man, I would bend under any heavy weight that he'll enjoin me to.
I cannot bid you bid my daughter live. That were impossible. But I pray you both possess the people of Messina here, how innocent she died, and if your love can labor aught in sad invention, hang her an epitaph upon her tomb and sing it to her bones. Sing it tonight. Tomorrow morning come you to my house, and since you could not be my son-in-law, be yet my nephew. My brother hath a daughter, almost the copy of my child that's dead, and she alone is heir to both of us now. Give her the right you should have given her cousin, and so dies my revenge.
Oh, noble sir, your overkindness doth wrings tears from me. I do embrace your offer and dispose, for henceforth, of poor Claudio.
Tomorrow, then, I will expect your coming. Tonight I take my leave. This naughty man shall face to face be brought to Margaret, who I believe was packed in with all this wrong and hired to do it by your brother.
No, by my soul, she was not, nor knew not what she did when she spoke to me, but always hath been just and virtuous in anything that I do know by her.
Moreover, sir, which is indeed not under white and black, this plaintiff here, the offender, did call me ass. I beseech you, let it be remembered in his punishment. And also, the watch heard them talk of one deformed. They say he wears a key in his ear and a lock hanging by it, and borrows money in God's name, the which he hath used so long and never paid that now men grow hard-hearted and will lend nothing for God's sake. Pray you, examine him upon that point.
I thank thee for thy care and honest parents.
Your worship speaks like a most thankful and reverend youth, and I praise God for you.
There's for thy pains.
God save the foundation.
Go, I discharge thee of thy prisoner, and I thank thee.
I leave an errant knave with your worship, which I beseech your worship to correct yourself for the example of others. God keep your worship. I wish your worship well. God restore to your health. I humbly give you to depart, and if a merry meeting be wished, God prohibit it. Come, neighbor.
Until tomorrow morning, lords, farewell.
Fare thee well, my lords. We look for you tomorrow.
We will not fail.
Tonight I'll mourn with Hero.
Bring you these fellows on. We'll talk with Margaret, how her acquaintance grew with this lewd fellow.
Pray thee, sweet Mistress Margaret, deserve well at my hands by helping me to the speech of Beatrice.
Will you then write me a sonnet in praise of my beauty?
in so high a style, Margaret, that no man living shall come over it, for in most comely truth thou deservest it.
To have no man come over me? Why, shall I always keep below stairs?
Thy wit is as quick as the greyhound's mouth. It catches.
And yours as blunt as the fencer's foils, which hit but hurt not.
A most manly wit, Margaret, it will not hurt a woman. And so I pray thee, call Beatrice. I give thee the bucklers.
Give us swords. We have bucklers of our own.
If you use them, Margaret, you must put in the pikes with a vice, and they are dangerous weapons for maids.
Well, I will call Beatrice to you, who, I think, hath legs.
And therefore will come. The God of love that sits above and knows me, and knows me. How pitiful I deserve. I mean in singing, but in loving. Leander the good swimmer, Troilus the first employer of panders, a whole book of these quantum carpetmongers whose names yet run smoothly in the even road of blank verse. Why, they were never so truly turned over and over as my poor self in love. Marry, I cannot show it in rhyme. I have tried. I can find out no rhyme to lady but baby. An innocent rhyme for scorn, horn, a hard rhyme. For school, fool, a babbling rhyme. Very ominous endings. No, I was not born under a rhyming planet, nor I cannot woo in festival terms. Sweet Beatrice, wouldst thou come when I called thee?
Yea, Signor, and depart when you bid me.
Oh, stay till then.
Then is spoken. Fare you well now, and yet ere I go, let me go with that I came, which is knowing what hath passed between you and Claudio.
Only foul words, and thereupon I will kiss thee.
Foul words is but foul wind, and foul wind is but foul breath, and foul breath is noisome. Therefore I will depart unkissed.
Thou hast frightened the word out of his right sense, so forcible is thy wit. But I must tell thee plainly, Claudio undergoes my challenge, and either I must shortly hear from him, or I will subscribe him a coward. And I pray thee now tell me, for which of my bad parts did thou first fall in love with me?
For them altogether, which maintain so politic a state of evil that they will not admit any good part to intermingle with them. But for which of my good parts did you first suffer love for me?
Suffer love? A good epithet. I do suffer love indeed, for I love thee against my will.
In spite of your heart, I think. Alas, poor heart, if you spite it for my sake, I will spite it for yours, for I will never love that which my friend hates.
Thou and I are too wise to woo peaceably.
It appears not in this confession. There's not one wise man among 20 that will praise himself.
An old instance, Beatrice, that lived in the time of good neighbors. If a man do not erect in this age his own tomb ere he dies, he shall live no longer in monument than the bell rings and the widow weeps.
And how long is that, think you?
Question. Why an hour in clamor and a quarter in real? Therefore is it most expedient for the wise, if Don Worm, his conscience find no impediment to the contrary, to be the trumpet of his own virtues, as I am to myself. So much for praising myself, who, I myself will bear witness, is praiseworthy. And now tell me, how doth your cousin?
Very ill.
And how do you?
Very ill too.
Serve God, love me, and mend. There will I leave you too, for here comes one in haste.
Madam, you must come to your uncle. Yonder's old coil at home. It is proved my lady hero hath been falsely accused, the prince and Claudio mightily abused, and Don John is the author of all, who is fled and gone. Will you come presently?
Will you go hear this news, Signor?
I will live in thy heart, die in thy lap, and be buried in thy eyes. And moreover, I will go with thee to thy uncle's.
Is this the monument of Leonato?
It is, my lord.
Done to death by slanderous tongues was the hero that here lies. Death, in guerdon of her wrongs, gives her fame which never dies. So the life that died with shame lives in death with glorious fame. Hang thou there upon the tomb, praising her when I am without words. Now, music, sound, and sing your solemn hymn. Pardon, goddess of the night, those that slew thy virgin night, for the witch with songs of woe, round about her tomb they go. Midnight, assist our moan, help us sigh and groan, heavily, heavily. Graves yawn and yield your dead, till death be uttered, heavily, heavily. Now unto thy bones, good night. Yearly will I do this right.
Good morrow, masters. Put your torches out. The wolves have prayed, and look, the gentle day, before the wheels of Phoebus, round about dapples the drowsy east spots of grey. Thanks to you all, and leave us. Fare you well.
Good morrow, masters. Each his several way.
Come, let us hence, and put on other weeds, and then to Leonato's we will go.
And Hymen now with luckier issue speeds than this for whom we rendered up this woe.
Did I not tell you she was innocent?
So are the prince and Claudio, who accused her upon the arrow you heard debated. Margaret was in some fault for this, although against her will as it appears, in the true course of all the question.
Well, I am glad that all things sort so well.
And so am I, being else by faith enforced to call young Claudio to a reckoning for it.
Well, daughter, and you gentlewomen all, withdraw into a chamber by yourselves, and when I send for you, come hither masked. The prince and Claudio promise by this hour to visit me. You know your office, brother. You must be father to your brother's daughter, and give her to young Claudio.
Which I will do with confirmed countenance.
Friar, I must entreat your pains, I think.
To do what, senor?
To bind me, or undo me, one of them. Signor Leonato, truth is, good signor, your niece regards me with an eye of favor.
That I my daughter lent her, 'tis most true.
And I do with an eye of love requite her.
The sight whereof I think you had from me, from Claudio, and from the prince. But what is your will?
Your answer, sir, is enigmatical, but for my will is your goodwill. May stand with ours this day to be conjoined in the state of honorable marriage, in which, good friar, I shall desire your help.
My heart is with your liking.
And my help. Here comes the prince and Claudio.
Good morrow to this fair assembly.
Good morrow, Prince. Good morrow, Claudio. We here attend you. Are you yet determined today to marry my brother's daughter?
I'll hold my mind. Were she a healthcare CEO?
Call her forth, brother. Here's the friar ready.
Good morrow, Benedick. Why, what's the matter that you have such a February face so full of frost, of storm and cloudiness?
I think he thinks upon the savage bull. Tush, fear not, man. We'll tip thy horns with gold, and all Europa shall rejoice at thee, as once Europa did it at lusty Jove, when he would play the noble beast in love.
Bull Jove, sir, had an amiable low, and some such strain bull leapt your father's cow and got a calf in that same noble feat, much like to you, for you have just his bleat.
For this I owe you. Here comes other reckonings.
Still you, Claudio.
Oh, sorry. Wait, what?
Which is the lady?
I'm your husband, if you like of me.
And when I lived, I was your other wife. And when you loved, you were my other husband.
Another hero.
Nothing certainter. One hero died defiled, but I do live, and surely as I live, I am a maid.
The former hero that is dead.
She died, my lord, but whilst her slander lived.
All this amazement I can qualify. When after all the holy rites are ended, I'll tell you largely of fair hero's death. Meantime, let wonder seem familiar, and to the chapel let us presently.
Soft and fair, friar, which is Beatrice?
I answer to that name. What is your will?
Do not you love me?
Why, no. No more than reason.
Why then your uncle and the prince and Claudio have been deceived? They swore you did.
Do not you love me?
Truth, no more than reason.
Why then my cousin Margaret and Ursula are much deceived, for they did swear you did.
They swore you were almost sick for me.
They swore that you were well nigh dead for me.
'Tis no such matter. Then do you not love me?
No, truly, but in friendly recompense.
Ah, come, cousin, I am sure you love the gentleman.
And I'll be sworn upon that he loves her. For here's a paper written in his hand, a halting sonnet of his own pure brain, fashioned to Beatrice.
And here's another that you cannot see, written my cousin's hand, stolen from her pocket, containing her affection unto Benedict.
A miracle! Here our own hands against our hearts come. I will have thee, but this light I take pity. I take thee for pity.
I would not deny you, but by this good day, I yield upon great persuasion, and partly to save your life, for I was told you were in a consumption.
Peace, I will stop your mouth.
Dost thou, Benedick, the married man?
I'll tell thee what, Prince. A college of witcrackers cannot flout me out of my humor. Dost thou think I care for a satire or an epigram? No. If a man will be beaten with brains, he shall wear nothing handsome about him. In brief, since I do propose to marry, I will think nothing to any purpose that the world can say against it, and therefore never flout at me for what I have said against it. For man is a giddy thing. And this is my conclusion. For my part, Claudio, I did think to have beaten thee, but in that thou art like to be my kinsman. Live unbruised, and love my cousin.
I had well hoped thou wouldst have denied Beatrice, that I might have cudgelled thee out of thy single life, to make thee a double dealer, which out of question thou wilt be, if my cousin do not look exceedingly narrowly to thee.
Come, come, we are friends. Let's have a dance ere we are married, that we may lighten our own hearts and our wives' heels.
We'll have dancing afterwards.
First of my word, therefore, play, music. Prince, thou art sad. Get thee a wife! Get thee a wife! There is no staff more revered than one tipped with horn.
My lord, your brother John taken in flight and brought with armed men back to Messina.
Think not on him till tomorrow. I devise the brave punishments for him. Strike up, pipers!
Da 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 da. And curtain.
Woo!
And scene.
And
well done, everyone.
Bravo,
everyone.
Yes, everyone was excellent.
Did we immediately go offline when the thing ended?
No, we're still online.
We're still on.
We're still live.
It looks like sound was glitching
To
at the
Trans
tail.
Lifeline. That's why I was checking. Money, please. Give them money.
Yes.
We did good job. Give them money.
Yes.
We are currently at $1,057.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah!
Hey.
Let's hit 1,100 very quick before we go. Somebody donate like
If you don't donate, you're a Leonato.
Well,
Oh.
I'm gonna leave the link with the replay of the show so that
Yes.
folks can continue to
Yeah,
donate as and when. But
Yes.
Donate and be a hero.
Don't be a Benedick.
And if thou beest a hero, be thee treated better than the one in this play.
Oh dear, we were
real.
glitching in the last scene. Oh,
Yeah, I saw that.
sorry about that.
Oh no.
Redo it.
That's why I was messing up everyone. Just so you know, it's because the
Oh, I
chat was
can rewind.
glitching, and I was just tuned in. I was super super tuned
Yeah.
into
You were
it.
in the Matrix.
Yeah, that's
No,
what's going
we
on.
were all
Rewind.
brilliant. You missed our absolute perfection.
Best act.
Yep.
Should
Stop.
we quick
Real
run down
transcendent.
who everybody is?
Yes, thank you. We need to do the curtain call.
Can I, if
But I
I
actually
go
need to
first
run
because
away
I'm really
first.
suffering from like allergies or something. I've been suffering for like half the show.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Conrade, very
Sorry.
quick, tell everybody your
Please.
stuff.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bothered Boy. I played Conrad. You can find me Bothered Boy on Blue Sky, The Bad Place, Twitter. I have a bunch of old YouTube videos. Hoping to make some new stuff soon, but I've been very busy with like IRL activism and community building stuff, including fingers crossed a community garden for my local neighborhood and area. So we're gonna hope for that. In the meantime, this was great fun. We raised a ton of money for a fantastic cause. Everyone was amazing. All the performers here were amazing. Shout out to Ren, who was silent but very much being Nightbot and monitoring chat. And a huge, massive thank you and shout out to everyone who tuned in and donated. Our initial goal was $200. We absolutely smashed that. This is the power
Yeah.
of people, community, and solidarity. So everyone give yourself a round of applause. And with that, I'm out.
If anybody else needs to go very quickly, then now's the time to sign off.
I do need to run because my cats are yelling at me and I also have work to do. So I will go quick, but love you all. I am Jesse Gender. If you don't know me, go check out my YouTube channel. I'm a weird nerdy dork who talks about trans stuff and nerdy stuff, but I love you all. Y'all are amazing. This is always so much fun and I adore doing it. And everyone take care. And I'll see you all soon.
And remember,
Love
you'll
Jesse,
be able
let me know
to
when you have
buy
those files.
5 people to what?
And remember, you'll all be able to buy a hard copy of Identities soon.
Yes, at some point that keeps getting pushed back,
Unreal.
but it will.
A
come.
DVD?
A Blu-ray, a ray of blue.
Ooh, that's really cool.
We go high def up in here.
They better because I had to export that freaking file. And
For
it took
those
them
who don't
forever.
know, Jesse directed a feature film It's called Identities. I helped a little bit with writing.
You
but
did, and there are other people that are on here
There's
that are
a
in it as well. So
number of other people that are involved. Yeah, it's a very good.
It's very
Very
good.
It is
good.
I
very
can
good.
vouch. This
Very,
is
very
It
good.
was excellent.
Thank you,
If-
everybody. That makes me feel very good. I'm glad. Yeah, that makes me very happy.
All right, go feed your cats.
Yes,
Yes,
adore
feed
you all.
your
Love you
cats.
all. Mwah. Take care.
If I
I'm
can,
I'm gonna ask if I could. Sorry, jump it just because I have to be up at like 6 a.m. to work. So yes, Swolsome, that's my YouTube channel. You can also follow me on Blue Sky where I post a lot of political rage if that's your thing. But something that I wanted to say just to kind of like follow off of what Jesse was saying, as trans people in particular right now, support our art. Please support our art. One of the best things that you can do is not just contacting your representatives, letting them know that you are paying attention to how they are responding to trans issues, that you care about trans people, or that you yourself are a trans person and that you deserve a place in this world where you are loved and celebrated, but also uplift trans joy. That is a huge, huge part of this, because in a world that is constantly trying to erase us and trying to degrade us and trying to make us seem like the scapegoat that is just dissolving the entire fabric of society, proving that we are not that, proving that we not only have a place here, but that we deserve to thrive and to create and to be celebrated is so important. So please, please, as you are supporting us in our times of pain, also support us in our times of joy. Thank you so much. And thank all of you. I love you all. And I'm gonna run away right now. Bye.
I'll be fun.
Our world is better with people like Finn in it.
Yes.
All of you in it.
You're here.
I might go next because it's like super late here and I have to wake up early. Yep, I'm film critic maybe on Blue Sky and Tumblr. Do I better use Tumblr? My YouTube is You Call Yourself a Film Critic, and I went over that stuff in the beginning. I talk about film and television. I take more of an analytical approach. I always love doing these. It's always great to talk with you guys. I always get something wonderful and exceptional with your performances. This has been a great cause. It's been an amazing success. Like you've hit your goal like over 4 times. You should like Sarah and everyone should be just really proud of that. And also, again, I'm shouting out to Ren yet again, who did a lot of the behind the scenes work and a lot of the stuff stuff on the channel. This was really fun. I got to sing live, which was terrifying. I actually practiced the song beforehand to see which way I could sing it to fit my register better. So I'm glad I went okay. I'll see you guys whenever I'm around somewhere.
If I may, also. Hi, I'm Bellamy. I don't make things that much anymore. That's because life tends to keep getting in the way. But if you want to follow me, Bellamy J in most places, if not all places. And I don't know, just keep an eye open. Maybe I'll get a chance to actually start making stuff again. Thank you, Sarah, for putting this on. Thank you, Ren, again, for your work. And thank you, everyone else who was here to support. And thank you, everyone who donated. Very, very important that we are supporting, I mean, really everyone, but very important that we're supporting trans people right now.
Also,
Thank you for having me, everyone.
Also, like Bellamy does a lot behind the scenes that a lot of people don't realize. As one of the other people that tends to do that, very unsung work. So, 100%. I want to shout you out.
Love you, Bellamy.
Bye.
Thank you, Bellamy.
If I'm okay, can I hop off next because it's 3 a.m. here in Central Europe.
Oh yeah, please.
I'm incredibly happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. This was a fucking blast. I didn't even read the script for this before this since I was a kid, so it's been a nice return. I'm Bridget Empire. I make YouTube video essays about trans stuff and lefty political stuff on YouTube. You can follow me on Twitter or Blue Sky, though I don't necessarily recommend it. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Ren. Thank you, everyone. I love all these guys' work. You should check all these guys out if you're not subscribed to them, which you definitely are. But like, everyone here is wonderful, and I love you. Goodbye.
Thank you for coming, Bridget.
Hi, Bridget.
Lovely to have you, Bridget.
Absolutely.
Anybody else need to go ASAP, or should we just start sounding off?
I'll go ahead and go next because I do have to get up early in the morning. I was mainly Mandy. I make mostly video essays. It was really great to be here for this. My next video that I'm currently working on, I filmed most of this weekend actually. The working title for it is Mike Flanagan Cured My Fear of Death. So check it out. It's coming out hopefully before the end of the year. And I also wanted
It's going to be really fucking cool.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Yeah, some people here have read it, so yeah, it's good. And I do want to add on a little bit more of a personal note here. I am somebody who I am very blessed to have so many amazing trans people in my life. I have obviously trans colleagues. I have friends IRL that I have here in Maine. I've dated trans people. I've loved trans people. I have a trans sibling, and it was really great to get to be here today and to support this. And for those of you watching, there's so many ways to show up for trans people, whether you are doing a stream like this, or you are sharing links, or you are like Finn mentioned about showing up for trans joy as well. Show up for the art. Please show up for subscribe to all of the people here, obviously, but especially your trans creators. And please show that support, because that's going to be more important than ever now, especially over the next few years. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you for donating. Thank you all for being here. This was great. I had a lot of fun, and have a great night. I'm gonna go to bed now because I'm tired and old.
Night, Mandy.
Great to see you, Mandy.
Have a good one.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Mandy.
Who else needs to be up in the morning?
I'll go last because I'm the person with the least need and an insomniac sleep schedule. So
Okay, I'll take it next. I'm Samantha Duke. That's Samantha Duke on Blue Sky. I'm also Skull FXK on Instagram, YouTube, SoundCloud, and also Blue Sky sometimes. And I'm so happy to be a part of this. Sarah, the casting was the casting was perfect. Pitch perfect, and I'm just really, really happy and feel sort of undeserving to have such good friends and colleagues, and
I'm gonna stop you
hang-up.
there. You
That's
absolutely
my own
deserve
hang-up.
it.
I was gonna say,
So
don't
we're not
dare.
gonna leave it unanswered. You are an absolute sweetheart. You are a joy. You
Okay,
always
stop
show up when I
about
ask you.
fishing.
So yeah.
I'm just going
I'm
to
not
second
vicious,
Sarah
just
there.
Anyway, that is very appreciated. It's my own thing. I deal with it anyway. Yeah, and to see this, pull in over $1,000 for Trans Lifeline, huge. I didn't realize Aeronaut had done so much work with them for so long. That's amazing.
I think approximately I've raised somewhere in the ballpark of $500,000 over the last 10 years and being involved in a bunch of
Yeah.
different charity streams. So
Yeah, that's
again,
hell yeah.
always a small part. These things only come together because groups of people do them. And like,
You were a
Yeah.
big part of the Kingdom Hearts Trans Lifeline stream.
yes, no, I've been like, I have head modded a lot of ones that have gone like 72 hours straight type stuff. So I don't do that as
Yeah.
much anymore because it's too much on my very chronically ill body. But there's a time where that was most of what I did online.
And I will say it was incredibly easy to set up. You just make a teen, make a donate button, and you got your own link. It's yeah.
Mhm.
That's a hint. Anybody can do this.
If you've got any
Link's still
talent
open.
or talented friends, you can do this yourself easily enough.
Yes,
And
not to
also-
downplay your work. It's
And
just
also,
a-
Trans Lifeline will still be here when the stream is done. So if you feel compelled watching it, or just compelled, yeah, it's there. It's a
Mhm.
good resource.
And the link will continue to be live for the replays. So yeah, you can. I'll put it in the comment section, and you can continue to donate for as long as the sun.
I'd like
goes
to
around
butt in
Earth.
real quick just to say that we've made over $1,300 as of now.
Yeah!
hell
Good
yeah.
job, everybody!
Y'all rock.
Nice.
My point stands.
All right, but Samantha, you were gonna go to bed or something, I assume?
Something like that. Probably not for a while, but I just got to step into the breach there.
You don't have to go anywhere. Who wants to do their stuff next?
I'll go. I'm Zilla. I run a YouTube channel called Zilla's Athenaeum, and I do some Archeo gaming on Twitch at Zillable. That's Syllable with a Z, which is also my username on Blue Sky. Find me there. I do a lot of lefty politics stuff, a lot of activism stuff, but I also do a lot of linguistics and history and silly board game nonsense. Um, and most importantly, I love that we can come together as a community to do this. Because, this is not something that I would have imagined I'd be part of 5 years ago, before I started my YouTube channel. And every one of these people on this stream, Ren included, though she may not be showing her face today, has just an amazing amount of talent, and I'm in awe of all of you. Thank you so much for being comrades with me and for being here for the community. Like, sincerely love you all.
And Zilla does an incredible amount of community building work, both online and offline.
Oh, hell yeah.
They are a superhero. And incredibly good at the organizing stuff, which I know because I'm not always so good at it.
I do what I can, but regardless, none of us are free until all of us are free. And with the legislation coming down the pipeline against trans people, against all queer people, against immigrants, against Muslims, against anybody who is presumed to be one of those things, against any people of color, against Indigenous people. If you think those things are different, if you think they're not the same fight, then you need to have a long think, because white supremacy is coming for us all. And joy is the best way we have to fight back. So support each other, support and love each other, please. And thank you so much for participating, whatever part of this, watching it even, telling your friends about it, letting people know that Trans Lifeline exists, because not everybody knows. Thank you. Sincerely.
Well said.
And I'm going to plug here for Adam, just because they had to leave. But Adam Fellows, Anarchy Funhouse, YouTube channel. Oh my goodness, the most talented person I have ever met. You need to go watch their stuff. Please, please go watch their stuff. Such an amazing trans person. I mean, such an amazing person. Also happens to be trans relevant for this stream.
And they have a new video coming up shortly that
oh my god, it's going to be so mind-blowing.
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah, I'm in it.
December isn't always a great time for people watching stuff, so make an effort. Make sure you go. Hit notifications.
Go catch up so you'll know what's happening, because it's so mind-blowingly good. And Kyle is in it, and I've seen that bit, and it's already amazing.
There's lore and stuff.
It's deep.
Yeah.
I don't mean to cut in.
I am gonna hop off, so love you folks.
Bye, Zola.
Bye.
Adnan?
You fading, Adnan?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were gonna pipe in. Okay. Benedick, you want to sound off?
Sure. I have way too much stuff.
You can do the spicy stuff too as well.
I know. I figured, because you let me do it last time.
Yep.
But just in case people zone out as I talk about way too many things that I do. Let's start with the fact that my fantasy novel Dreams of Fire has an audiobook finally.
Yeah.
It only took me 3 years to edit the damn thing.
Dreams of Fire?
Dreams of Fire. It is on Audible. The listed author is Nathaniel Wayne. I don't actually consider it a dead name, so you don't have to feel bad about buying something with that name on the title. It's fine, I promise. Was read by an absolutely amazing narrator, Aaliyah Itori. I'm really, really proud of what we were able to put together. So that is now available on Audible. Beyond that, there are two flavors of stuff from me that you can find. There is the geeky stuff, the main thing being Council of Geeks. I have new videos up every single Saturday, and it is covering all sorts of things from recent episodes of Doctor Who to absolute nonsense going on in the film industry to occasionally talking flatly trans issues, even outside of media analysis, though that is my main thing. Because while I have no problem playing a man, or indeed a dick, I am trans, and so this whole thing has meant a lot to me. And Council of Geeks content, YouTube is the main thing, but you can also find me on Blue Sky. I'm off Twitter. Instagram and Twitch, I stream Wednesdays and Fridays. There's also the Council of Geeks podcast feed, currently playing host to Jumpgate, which is a review of episode by episode review of Babylon 5, which I do with Jesse, who already left. And that's the geeky stuff. There's also the spicy stuff.
Spicy stuff.
If that is more your jam, look for Vera Wilde, Wild spelled Wilde. There is a YouTube channel, which is probably the least spicy, but does still touch on those sorts of topics fairly regularly. Then there is the Instagram, which is as spicy as Instagram allows, not particularly. There's Blue Sky. Don't follow me there if you don't want to see significantly more of me than you already have. And there is OnlyFans, ManyVids, and Clips for Sale. Sex work is work. Whatever you find your joy in is a thing worth doing. And I got to host a burlesque show last night. And I'm going to say here one of the things that I said there, which is that as we gather as queer people and those who care about them, we stand in defiance of what is being done to us, but we also stand in joy because no matter what they throw at us, we deserve a goddamn good time.
Mm-hmm.
Goddamn right.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Dogberry, do you want to tell everybody?
Sure. I am Dogberry. I am an ass. I am Kyle Calgren. You can find my work at Kyle Calgren BHH. I have a lot of video essays about very esoteric topics, including a long, drawn-out series on various adaptations of the works of William Shakespeare, including the Joss Whedon version of Much Ado About Nothing, which I was way too kind to when I did it like nearly 10 years ago. I've been doing this gig for a long time, and Sarah, thank you so much for arranging this. This was a blast to do, and it's such a wonderful company to be in. And thank you to everyone who donated. $1,300 is not nearly enough. There is definitely a targeted campaign against the trans community in this country and indeed around the world. And this kind of joy, this kind of giving is the best way to fight it. I have so many people in my life who are trans that I love dearly, and just being part of this is an honor and a joy and a privilege. So thank you all.
And I'll have to find other plays that have ass roles to give you.
There's got to be some.
Adnan, do you have any
Right
stuff?
for the musical, I'll be Donkey.
Nice. But Adnan, do you have any stuff to plug?
Not particularly. I did, if I may just have a moment. I just want to mirror basically what everyone else has said. You can support trans people. You can support trans lives. It's very, very easy, and this is one of the many ways to do it. When I came into these communities, I had a lot of people present here were incredibly welcoming to me, and have just been so kind and unbelievable towards me. Has literally changed my life, helped me find out who I am. But that's not why we do it. It's really important because no one is safe, and we set a precedent to protect our communities when we stand up for people. And I think that along with joy and along with what everyone else has been saying, is incredibly important. To if you wake up as an act of defiance and you sleep as an act of defiance, and you continue to exist when the world tells you you shouldn't. And I think that's a really incredible thing, and it's a really beautiful thing. And I'll just kind of end my tirade here with, as lame as it kind of sounds, that very famous Mr. Rogers quote has been something that's always stuck with me since I saw it when I was a kid. I'm going to butcher it here, but this is the idea, is as bleak as everything looks, as terrible as the world may feel, always look for the helpers. Look for people that will stand by you, people that will support you, people that will help you when you err, people that will lift you up and not put you down. And all I can say is, I guess that's it. If you really want to check me out, Adnan on literally everything. And that's what I got. And Sarah, thank you so much for putting this together. And everybody, like the last two, I think, what happened this year, I got a tree through my plate glass window on my roof. I almost died twice. We lost. It's been a mess, and I was supposed to be here, and so being here is fun every single time. And yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna keep rambling. So that's what I got. I love everybody. I'm gonna stick around, but
yeah. I'll say I'm Lady Knight the Brave. I'm on Tumblr and Blue Sky and Instagram and stuff like that. Pretty much Lady Knight the Brave or LK the Brave. And you'll find me pretty much everywhere. I do YouTube stuff on film theory and feelings, and I talk about anti-Semitism a lot. It's been a dry spell this year because I've also had a shit year. I've had like 4 people die on me this year. It's been bad, and 5 if we start from last November. So yeah, but I'm working on stuff. It's coming slowly but surely. And yeah, Sarah, thanks for organizing this. It's been really cool. Check out everybody who's on here. Everybody's great. Check out Aronach's recent video essay on I Saw the TV Glow if you want more trans content.
It is so good.
She works really, really hard on it.
It was a miserable, awful process. And I'm very glad it exists, but I never want to touch it again.
She's my best girl, and you should check out her work. She said it, but it's true. She's working behind the scenes a lot on a lot of YouTuber stuff and doesn't always get the call outs because people, whatever. So just, check out her stuff.
I don't always get the credit literally at all sometimes that I emote. So
here, tell people your stuff.
Hi, I'm Aronach. I'm a trans artist. I'm also chronically ill, which is time makes work hard. So, but despite that, I do a lot of things all over the place, mostly on Jessie Gender and my channel. But if you've seen an essay from pretty much any lefty person, it's decently possible I had a hand in it somewhere. Yeah, it's a shocking number. The one year that I actually bothered to look at it, I think it was like 200 separate projects that I was on in some way. That was 2023. I don't think 2024 was as prolific. But yeah, I talk a lot about marginalization in media, and I use media as a way to relate more complicated political topics, because I think a lot of people find that an easier way to relate and understand them. And I also try really heavily to teach people basic media literacy. And I think that educating yourself on how propaganda and information functions, because everyone that makes a work of art that says anything is a propagandist, and anyone who says otherwise is lying to you.
No one is immune to propaganda.
And no one is immune to propaganda. And you should be very, very aware of how you're being influenced and who's influencing you. And that doesn't mean influence is bad, because everyone here is just as much doing that, and that's not a bad thing. It's about what the message is and how it affects people. But you should be learning those skills. I think our current systems are very reliant on making people believe a bunch of things that are just categorically untrue. And as things progress, the contradictions and lies become more and more apparent. And I think you should take curiosity in that and learn from it and question everything. And yeah, if you want to support my art, it's ARANOCK pretty much everywhere, or also go watch Jesse's videos because I write on most of them. Jesse Gender on YouTube, and yeah, and I've got a lot of stuff planned for this year and things. And just to focus on trans joy for a moment, yeah, last year has been hell, and I don't really want to talk about all the things that happened, but I think LK is probably the person most aware of how bad it's been. It's been a time. The
survive out of spite, everybody.
One thing related to it, and truly, I literally
seek joy to spite the bastards.
Survive
yeah, things have been bad. I live in a very transphobic place where transphobic harassment and violence is incredibly common. After the election, both provincial and in the America, we have a very similar dipshit in charge of my province to Trump, though unfortunately more clever and capable, and even more up the you could call him a Muppet with how much corporations stick their hands up and
Saskatchewan
talk
was the
through him.
birthplace of socialism in Canada. So how the
Oh yeah, it's extra frustrating.
If I start, you and I will go on forever.
Yeah, so when that happened, for safety, a lot of the times I'd go out, even though it put me at risk with trans pins on, but with the state of things and knowing how much hate crimes shot up last time Trump was elected, and knowing the rhetoric is right now, I removed all those pins. But the two that I kept, one was my lesbian pin because I'm out so often with my girlfriend that it's pretty much impossible to hide that. And the other is a pin that just has a heart on it that says "Survive out of spite." And yeah, if you got nothing else, do that because it's worth it, and you'll find joy. And it's not always easy. And I'm not going to pretend and lie to you that it's all easy. I think a lot of people love to just be like, oh, it's rainbows and sunshine and whatever. It's not. It is worth it in spite of that. And it is worth it, not because there isn't difficulties, but because those difficulties are so much more worth facing when you are yourself and when you're happy. Yeah. Anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this year's been rough and hard as a trans person, but I'm positive. has been my incredible girlfriend who is also trans, and he's the best. He's a butch. He's trans mask, and I adore him. And yeah, we make lots of art together all the time, and like truly, I just want to emphasize what Finn said earlier, like celebrate the joy, because I sometimes feel like cis people mostly only want to hear from us when we're sad and traumatized, and they don't really want to hear anything else. So I'm not your trauma porn, even if I do sometimes discuss the heavy things.
You have to the good and the bad is all together in life. I did just a little video just the other day. I talked a little bit about one of my darkest periods of my life, and with my mental health, and how one of my dear friends took me in, and because she was a burlesque dancer and I have a background in theater, I ended up spending my recovery time while I was off work building props and costumes and comparing my first burlesque night. And it's just a reminder that turning to one another and building community is how we survive and thrive, how we find our way back to ourselves. And two of the people who were with me in that later came out. One became the friend who took me in's wife, and another is the dearest sibling of my heart, who sadly I've lost touch with. But I hope that she is living her best life out there somewhere. Although I know it is hard. And so I like, while we should never think of people as what they can do for us, some of the most generous and wonderful people I've met in my life with the clearest self-knowledge are trans people, as well as other queer folks. And you should all know how valued you really are, and how, many of you now are a part of my community. And when I feel down, this year has not been fun as a Middle Eastern woman, to be honest. But the people who have showed up, a lot of them have been trans and NB folks and other queer folks. And I, no offense if there are any out there, but I don't really bother to cater for the default setting-y folks. I don't want to try and like pander to white straight men. I believe that we should work, that we marginalized people should seek each other. We should raise each other up. We should raise up the most vulnerable. And, we win. Harvey Milk talked about getting the 10% to stand together, because when we, as the marginalized and the minorities, stand together, hey, we're not minorities anymore. We are, we have power when we stand together. And power, the power of community, the power of that, that's how we find courage and make something better. So I want to thank every single one of you who donated tonight, who came. You've been lovely in chat. I appreciate you all. I know one or two people were saying they wish that they could give more. You know what? You gave what you could. Is from according to your abilities, give what you to people with the needs. And, if you don't have money, there are other ways to help. You build community. Go forth and seek your community people.
Please volunteer.
Do
and it doesn't
stuff
necessarily
with
need
friends.
to be at trans organizations. To be honest, one of the best ways you can help the trans community is by helping your community in general, and that's volunteering for anything that assists unhoused people, because trans people are disproportionately unhoused. And if you help in those programs and you are like trans supportive, that can mean a lot. I have way too many friends who have spent chunks of their life unhoused because they're trans. And
also, if you donate to food banks, donate can openers as well, because a lot of people donate a lot of canned food, and anything that doesn't have the little peel top, donate can openers to food banks.
Yeah, but donate your time. If you don't have money, donate your time. And if you are going to donate to things like food banks, donate your cash. That way that they can buy the best sets of food for what people need and what they have available to them for cooking and things like that. Because very often people will give things that can't actually be eaten very easily by the people that need it. So
yeah.
And also speak to your representatives one way or the other. Mine, they were doing the rounds at the election here, and I on my doorstep, I'm like, so how are you you're gonna do more to stand up for trans people? You're gonna do more for land back, right? We got these. I want you to know these are the priorities for me. I wasn't as nice as I could have been, but that's because sometimes you need to push them to remind them these are the important things. Even as in my case, when they are the left-wing party. When they're the left-wing party, you tell them, why the hell aren't you doing it louder? So anyway, I also want to shout out dear Ren the Barbarian. They are in the they've been running the back end because they lost their voice. Their channel is Ren the Barbarian, and they do marvelous work on Star Trek, especially if you're a Spurk aficionado and other villain interested people. You should check out Ren the Barbarian. So yeah, I don't. Does anybody have anything else to say? we all talk.
I think we said it all.
Yeah.
Celebrate trans joy. Meaningfully help the people around you that you can, and because it's truly trans community that.
I don't need to promote myself, Ren. This is my channel. People see that this is the channel.
they're on the channel.
While you're here, if you want to do the thingies,
you probably already have clicked. If you somehow haven't.
There's also Muppet Sex and Trauma, which Josh and I do together.
And I want to shout out another trans person that's really important in my life, which is my little sibling, Thea. You probably know them as Turb on YouTube. They do really, really lovely work.
Yeah.
Because of life circumstances and transphobia, they ended up needing to come stay here for a while. So we've been living together most of this year. And it's rough being marginalized in Saskatchewan, but at least we have each other. So, yeah. I wasn't kidding about the unhoused thing. Truly,
Yeah, if you don't know, Saskatchewan is kind of Canada's Alabama.
I would compare it to Texas.
No, that's Alberta.
Texas
They're very
has
similar.
areas. Texas has areas that are
very
lefty.
Yes.
See, the reason I compare it to Texas is
it's
that
less oil, more religion.
Saskatchewan big cities are lefty, but you still get the the people that are like that in them. And whereas Alberta's cities are also very right wing, they're just kind of generally.
Yeah,
it's like worse Saskatchewan.
Alberta has more oil and less and less religion. Saskatchewan is more religion, less oil.
And with that, we should probably
at least when I grew up there in the 90s.
I was gonna say,
Aeronaut and I get lost on talking about.
No, I know. I can keep talking when we're off air, but I think we should say goodnight to the people.
Everyone give them mutual aid so they can make it out to the BC as well. So yeah.
Can I just add one thing really quick? One of the things that I've been told that's also really valuable, you might not have money, you might not have a lot of time, you should volunteer and do whatever you can, but oftentimes just listening, but listening to listen and not to respond. When somebody comes to you with something, you can't read their mind, you don't know their experience, you need to take a back seat, and that's what giving space is saying, this is for you. You say what you need to say. I'm here to listen. You tell me what you need, and I will provide it to the best of my ability. And that is one of the most valuable lessons I've learned in the last couple of years from all of these wonderful people in varying degrees. So that's all I got.
Okay, well, we should all go and drink water and eat our suppers and go to bed. So
yes, please.
Yes, we're gonna say goodbye and just remember, everyone, queer existence is resistance. Queer joy is resistance.
Good night.
Stream is ended.
All right.
I need food. This was wonderful.